The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation episode 453. Be good if I can get all these buttons in the right place. All right, let's see. Let's start off with the who's on the panel today. I'm still looking dark. Dang that sun. All right. You know what? I totally forgot about all the stuff I was supposed to do to sit up with. All right, first up, we got Ron Delvo.
Hey, I just love the thing that Mr. Athing has on his chest.
Oh, May the 4th. Next over, we got L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
And yours truly pushing the wrong buttons. Ken Waters.
Hey, that's me.
Okay. Next over, we got Rick Euland.
Greetings, folks.
And Henry Strickland.
Hey, I owe everyone a fake apology and a demo.
Okay.
Cool.
Marco.
Hey there. Glad to be here today.
Willam Athing.
Hey, happy CoCoNation Day.
We have Grant Lee.
Hello, everybody.
And Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
And last up, we got Bob Emery.
Hey, Henry, are you doing that serial or
Hi,
parallel?
folks. Wow, Bob sounds a lot different.
Cereal.
All right, in the chat, we've got Kevin Holloway, Marco, Wayne Campbell, and there's Jim Rye, Jay Jones, Michael Zwiffel, Micro Hobbyist in the car, 60 Canadian Retro Things, George 71. I think that's the name.
Chris Duris. Or Duris.
What's that?
Chris. Duris.
Chris. Okay. Chris. All right. Chris Dries. There he is.
Nice.
Okay, I think that's everybody. Getting a Stack Overflow here. All right. Turn this off. Turn this on. All right. Project updates. Let's go ahead and start off with Henry.
Oh, I just have a quick update here, just really quick. Just 2 seconds.
Sure.
We'll start with
There you
Grant.
go, Grant.
One,
Yep,
two, you're
just-
done.
Just quick thing. The Coco Fest Glenside t-shirts are up for sale. So just
The
go
new
over
design?
to, yep, with the new design. So just go to spreadshirt.com, Glenside, what is it? Let me find
Okay.
it here.
Because a couple of
Anyways.
weeks I got an email from them and saying, hey, there's new stuff here, but it was all the old designs still.
Yep. So they finally got approved. So I will put the link in the chat there, and So they're good to go. So, and actually there is a 15% off right now. So
No Disney takedown order?
no Disney takedown orders. So, so
Can
that
you
is
post a
it.
picture on here so we can see what the t-shirts look like for those who are watching?
Let's see here. Actually, I'll just get the site up there for you. So here in a second.
Yep, that'll work.
Let's see here. Copy, paste.
I just want everybody to know I did not copyright my artwork, just so you know.
Disney will be happy.
Thank you.
Yes, Disney will be very happy.
And you said 15% off right now?
Yep, that's what it's showing right now. So hopefully it's not an old one here.
50 or 15?
15, 15.
Yeah, 50 is a pretty darn good deal. So.
Right?
There you go.
A bunch of shirts.
I put it in the chat there. If somebody wants to share that on their end. Maybe I can share. Can I share my screen? That
Sure you can.
Right.
That big green share button.
All right. Are you able to see it there now?
No.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
here it comes.
You have to
There
zoom
you
up a
go.
shirt though, because that's pretty small.
Yeah, you got to zoom way into one of those shirts.
Teeny tiny. Show us a black shirt.
All right. Does that help?
A little
Yeah.
bit, but it's
Yeah,
still
but-
pretty small. Are you
Click
sharing the
on the
window or your
second.
whole desktop?
Click on the second thumbnail because it has a close up of the image.
There you go.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
there
that's
it
readable.
is.
All right. That's the
Looks
image there,
pretty
right
good.
there. Yep. So it's $26.99. And then I just saw actually, nope, 2 days left. 20% off everything. That's what it shows up here.
Nice.
20%.
20%. So order
Jump on that
today.
today. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
order
over
that today.
$5 off. That's only like 21 bucks some odd for a t-shirt.
Yep.
Yep,
Right.
exactly. So, and actually, and like I said, you can order everything. I mean, there's like all sorts of products, like, underwear to purses to hats and everything. So just check
Okay,
out.
nobody
that
wants to see us old farts modeling those at Coco Fest. So
I don't want to see my logo on someone's butt.
Well, this does go to 5XL, so
So I do want to say thanks, Ron, for the logo and everything. So
Sure.
we did get that up and running. So, but I just want to make sure everybody was aware of that, so you can order those and get that in plenty of time. So, and the only other thing I wanted to say is I'm looking for presenters. So, Ken Waters, you're up this year.
So when I looked at the attendee list website earlier this week, all of the outside tables were gone and the insides are filling up quick.
Yep, that is true. So
Right.
definitely.
and I've
Definitely
got to go find a movie from last year to remind myself what the hallway looks like, so I can draw those last tables in.
Yeah, and that
Okay.
that reminds me. Yeah, so yeah, if I think there's 16 tables. So and I think I can't remember who is the gentleman who has the Unforgotten Machines. 'Cause I know he'll want the ones right there by
Yep.
the entryway. I know that.
Right.
So, but
Yeah, I'll get that fixed.
AC
AJ.
or not AC,
So-
AJ. Yeah, AJ.
AJ,
AJ,
right?
yeah, AJ, yeah. So, yeah, I'm surprised that they're going the tables are going as fast as they are. But yeah, so if you were
Yeah.
wanting to give get a presentation, I know Patrick, are you want to do a presentation this year?
No, as a one-man band, I really don't have.
Okay, man, nobody wants to talk this year. Everybody wanted to talk last year. Nobody wants to talk this year.
No, we're going to talk for 2 days solid.
Yeah,
Don't
I
we
know.
talk enough on this show every week?
Yeah, Curtis, we might just have to do you, on video this year. Then we can figure something out.
Yeah,
Oh,
that I
yeah.
could do. That I could do.
Pre-recorded stuff. Yeah, that works.
Yep, that works.
We'll do it
so.
live because then it screws up and it's more fun.
Yep, exactly. So, but anyways, but yeah, if you do want to do a presentation, we're not going to have as many as we did last year because Randy was being worked hard. He didn't have no time to really enjoy the fest. So
To
he's
show,
trying
yeah.
to,
Well, that's the same with
Yeah,
exhibitors.
right.
If like Rick said, if you're the only person there manning your table, you have to shut your table down to go give a
yep,
presentation.
exactly,
Mhm.
exactly. So,
And-
and
and don't-
also people were getting tired of going to presentations too. So people who were giving good presentations, there's nobody attending because everybody was getting fatigued of going to all the presentations. Although everybody enjoyed Henry Strickland's presentations, so so everybody will be looking forward to that one. So
Yeah, it'll be coming out in the news here, but Glenside's actually been re-releasing some of the presentations from this past one with fixed audio and stuff too. And Henry's was one
Oh,
of them.
nice.
yeah,
I know
yep.
there's a couple there now. So
So anyways, thanks, Henry, for letting me speak about that ahead of time. So I appreciate it. But that's all I have to say with just those two things.
No, thanks,
So,
Grant.
yeah, no problem. So
I also
that's all
want
I
to give
had
a big
say.
thank you to Ron for designing the logo. I really like the way you placed the Coco Cat in the middle of the 0 and 40th.
Yeah, I
Right?
tried to
Make
be
the 0. That looks
clever.
awesome. That was a good
Yeah,
design.
thank you. You know, because he's a little bit crazy to have to display somehow and do it nicely, you know. So
Well, I think he's a cousin
that
of
was a
Bill the
good-
Cat from Bloom County, because that's what he kind of looks like to me.
A little broken, yeah.
yeah. Awesome.
Anyway, Henry, take it away.
Okay, I'll take it away then. So three things, two of them quick. This is the Copico Bonobo card that we created a year ago. A bunch were available at the conference a year ago, and Patrick Uland has been selling the remaining stock that you've got. Here's my sincere apology. I plugged this into a 16K Coco 2 a few days ago and could not get it to work. So maybe everyone out there's got the same situation, and it's true that I've been putting time into some other projects and have not done as much with this, or did not get the momentum, and others have not been helping out as much. So
Interesting. I've gotten no complaints from anyone.
Okay.
I have sold some, which look like this when they're
yeah.
we
So-
put them in a box. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, I haven't had any complaints yet. So
All right.
maybe it's you. Let's hope.
And the reason it's a fake apology is because I'm going to make, a little bit of an excuse that we gave most of these away for free, and Patrick has been selling them for barely above the cost of the parts and the shipping. So it's not like we're making money off of it. It's like we're trying to get the ball rolling. So we will continue on that path.
Well, would it
And-
work in a 64K?
You still get a
Coco?
case.
Yes, it'll work in a 64K Coco. I say that even though it's not working in a 16 right now, but the design of the Bonobo operating of the nekot OS operating system and the spoon-fed bootstrap that we have so far written and given out to people was supposed to work in a mere 16K. So I don't know how we got here. I'll figure it out.
Well, it's firmware, whatever. You can always
But,
change it, right?
The reason 16K is 4K is just too little to do anything, especially over the network. But the next step up would be a 16K with a standard SAM and VDG, and so
And just
pmode.
are you guys
1
using any ROM
graphics.
calls in that? Like, is it maybe color basic
No,
versus extended?
no, there's no ROM
Okay.
calls. No ROM calls. This is
Okay.
from whole cloth. So anyway, I wanted every Coco except for a 4K machine to be able to participate in this, and I kind of set the standards really loose that way. So okay, that's the story on the Bonobo. After the letter B for Bonobo comes the letter C, which is going to be caterpillar, and this is my wire wrapped version. But today, JLC PCB has informed me that they have approved my design and are going to start fabricating real versions of this where it's not rigged up with a bunch of wire wrap wires. And this time, instead of taking a pi pico and soldering it down onto the board
Mark, can you zoom up Henry here?
like we did on these,
Okay.
see here at the top that 40 pin dip is the Raspberry Pi Pico, and we solder that down ourselves. Everything else is fabricated and sent to us, but we do our own soldering on the dip because that's cheaper and easier for us. This time, all those little parts are going to be on the actual Coco edge card, and so they're going to come fully assembled. There's actually almost fully assembled. There's going to be one bodge wire that either goes one way or the other and is open for experimentation still. But that will be coming up, and I'll show you more. I did get this. I'm not going to demo it today, maybe next week. Where if you slide this into my 16K Coco 2 and you boot it up, instead of saying extended color basic, it says disk extended color basic. And the reason it does that is because this is acting like the disk basic ROM. And then you say dir, and it gives you the directory of a diskette. And that's because this is talking over the USB to your PC, where you're running the tether program that talks over the USB, and it has the diskette. So we're starting to get some real fundamental stuff working.
Henry, just to catch some people up here, Argor71 in the chat is asking, can you please tell us what exactly this board is? Like, is it a...
Oh, yeah, okay. So there's almost nothing on here except for a Raspberry Pi Pico 2 clone, which is using the RP2350B. A normal Pi Pico 2 has the RP2350A as its processor, but that has less than 32 GPIO lines. The B version of the part has 48 GPIO lines, 46 of which are usable. And so I have wired the GPIO lines directly to the Coco bus where you plug into here. So these purple wires up here, that's data 0 through data 7 going directly to the data bus. Blue wires down here maybe, that's the address bus going directly to the address bus. And then other control signals like E and Q and the read-write line and interrupts and stuff have been wired up. So what you're going to do with this is it's a software-defined peripheral. It can be whatever you want to define it to be to connect to your Coco. So
it could be like a network card. It could be a ROM pack.
Network cards, ROM packs. Could also generate video out of it, like nice quality VGA can be created by these things. Maybe you can't do all these things at once. Be a sound chip, be an Orchestra 90, or even something smarter that has modular synthesizers inside of it.
So now I want a multi-pack with 4 of these then, so I can do all kinds of stuff.
Right.
Yes, yeah, that's right. That's right. And I might even use this as a debugger for what's going wrong in booting up the nekot OS operating system, where this is spying on the bus like a logic analyzer of old, and gives me a assembly language trace of what it was executing when it went crazy. I might be able to do that, and that would be really cool.
Right. That's a peripheral.
Those are my 2 quick things. Now for the big demo. I did something that I've been thinking about for over a year. When I started this nekot OS, which was designed to be a gaming operating system, and that you can do it either with the Bonobo or you can do it with the Coco IOR, which is available from Computer CoNect by Rick Uland. Nekot right now supports both of those. Thinking of things to do with it besides multiplayer games, I thought it'd be kind of neat to have a kiosk where you just have a Coco sitting out and it uses its screen to do what kiosks do with their computer screen, you know, display the time and the weather and show you artwork and try to sell you things. And so I'd like to have a Coco set up at Coco Fest in a kiosk mode, but getting artwork that works in pmode 1 is a little bit of a challenge. And this week, I'm not going to use the vibe word, although I guess that's what it is.
The V word. Oh no.
Yeah, I went to Google Gemini Pro. I've got a Pro account, and I got it to write the following app for me. Now this runs on the web. So let me share my screen and I can show you. I want desktop capture. Share. Let's see what we've got. I'm gonna send that one away for now and come over here and make this one bigger. All right, I'm confused by some zoom artifacts that I'm gonna try to put somewhere else. And it says I'm screen sharing. Well, let's see what happens. I'm going to import an image. Clicking import. And let's take this one here. Okay, y'all see my screen? You see a big yellow?
I can even read it.
MC609.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm having a hard time finding underneath a bunch of Zoom stuff the full screen button. So I'm going to go to a different place. Let me go to, I don't think Zoom used to put this much paraphernalia on my screen and kept me from doing things. Can I just close it safely?
Did you want to hit the stop share button or?
No,
No, I
the
wanna
menu.
share.
The
I just
menu.
Can you
wanna-
drag it? I think you can drag it to the side or the bottom, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you might also be sharing your entire screen as opposed to a particular
He's
program.
covered by the Zoom menu right now, so he can't
Yeah.
see the top of his screen.
Right.
Can you just X
Yeah.
out of that and keep the share?
okay, I can slide these things. I can
There.
Oh, I keep doing that to the window I want to use instead of this thing that says audio video participants.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind
Exit.
of
If it dies, you can always share again. We'll wait. Give it the old.
You
I
really
don't know.
think it'll okay, let's try that. Stop share.
I've seen that before and I've made it go away, but I don't remember how.
Okay.
So just
All
jump
right,
back in and
share
see if it just
again.
behaves this time.
Yeah, let's see if there's any
Because I know you can pop that menu, but I try not to.
yeah,
No, there it is again.
It's still there. Anyway,
Yeah, I think you can drag it around, like get it out of the way of the top if all your button controls are on the top, but that's about it.
yeah, but it turned out that those button controls. Oh, here's a move. No, you see that's on the windows behind it.
It's still
not
on the top of everything.
Not on the thing itself.
What more do you have?
What more do I have?
Get out of my face. No, there's no get out of my face selection.
We're going to work around this. I'm going to PIZGA. You can do this too. PIZGA.net. But it has to be the unencrypted, the not secure. I don't have the security on it. I'm going to go into the releases directory way over here and click on pmode 1 editor. And now I'm going to hit F11 to maximize it. And now let's try importing that image again. Import that picture. And it looks like that. And what I want to show you now is these sliders up here. Like, that's readable, but it's not quite right. So I can adjust the bias of what gets mapped to red so that less stuff gets mapped to red or more stuff gets mapped to red. And I can get it to where I think that's a little more readable like that. And green is not even being used except for this border fill. So let's increase green and see what would happen if I had some green mapping in it. Well, it looks like the green wants to replace the chip where it's blue, and that's probably not real useful, but there's a lot of red in that blue. Let's see what happens if I can increase the blue usage. There we go. Okay, that looks nice. Now I might consider what green is doing again. Let's go back to green and see if those pins look right. They look better like that. So I don't really need much green. And that's the thing that I've found is often 3 colors is even better than 4 colors when I've been playing with this.
Gotcha.
Oh, Henry, I just want to mention Brian Blake in chat mentions to hide the floating zoom menu meeting controls during a meeting or screen share. Press Control Alt Shift H.
Control Alt. This is Linux. I hope it works. Shift the letter H.
Yeah.
Woo!
Got it.
God, I hope I got enough fingers for this.
Right. All 3 hands.
Yeah. All right. So now let's export that. And you can see here all kinds of stuff that I've been building when I've been playing with this. And over here at the top right, that's the flag of South Carolina. Here's where I've done this previously with the 6809 chip. This is an image of Paris with the French flag on it. Me just diddling. I'm going to diddle in a second. And there's my face. Radio Shack logos. And down here, you see that's using the alternate color set with the anti-colors instead of the primary colors. So let's save this and hit clear. And we can draw stuff from whole cloth as well. We could, I don't know, what do we need? A field effect transistor maybe. And let's dump some yellow inside of there and confuse some electrical engineers with a red box around that part of it. And we've even got red circles. I didn't like where I put it, so I'm going to hit undo. And yeah, put the circles where they belong right here on the front end of the transistor. Okay, and then of course, let's put some text on it and say CoCoNation. Improving your bets. Some more features. There's a cut and a paste here, so I can copy some part of this design and repaste it somewhere and make a whole mess out of it. What else? I've done the bucket. I've spilled paint. All right, permute. There's 24 permutations of 4 things in a row. And so the 4 colors can be swapped around, and you may have drawn it this way, but you might decide, hey, this looks better with a yellow background than it did with the green background. Or that looks awful, doesn't it? Using the alternate colors, what's a better one? This one is. There we go. That's the one I want to keep. Export it. Save. So I've shown you these tools. I've shown you the permute and the alternate color set buttons. We cleared the screen. This copy and paste is not going to be working right now because I'm not on a encrypted website, and you have to be on an encrypted website for it to trust copy and paste out of your browsers. I mean, with your operating system's clipboard. But I can demo that over here. Let me go Control- a couple times, make that all a little smaller. Here I've searched for logo ideas, simple 2-color logos, and this looks like it's not anyone's real logo. I'm going to use the print screen feature and grab that. And then I can just come over here and hit paste, paste. All right, let's do a full. Oh, that's because I'm still on the not secure one. Let me go now to yeah. Here's what I have to do. Go into my AI Studio. Get my pmode project, and here we go. Allow clipboard access. Now, if I can I move that sash? Yeah. And hit paste. Yeah, and I've got it. Control minus a few times. Yeah, and then I could do what I want with it. New business name. I can't type. Let's make it red so it looks like I have covered up the old business name, and I say, hey, this is now my my business's new logo. It's been stolen from somebody else. But I just want to point out that it's really easy to take things that you already have and grab them and paste them and make them look a little bit better on pmode 1 by spilling some red and
Totally not Starbucks.
claiming you own this is mine, the intellectual property which we done. This is just an educational demo exported into my and there we go. We'll have to delete that clear. So that is my new tool for acquiring and creating pmode 1 images that I can put on a kiosk. And if anybody else wants to play with it, it's available starting at pisgug.net in the releases directory. It's named pmode 1-editor. It's a web app that does nothing in the cloud. The import and export are all to your own machine, and it's not saving any kind of spying on you.
My first question, is there
Yeah.
a particular reason that you stuck with pmode 1 only, or are you planning to expand it to pmode 3 for high resolution later? Or?
Well, we should be able to do that, but almost any drawing program can do black and white, right? And that's all pmode 3 is.
Well, pmode 3 is just high res 4-color, though. pmode 4 is black and white.
Oh, okay. So why pmode 1? I guess because the pixels are square, and that's the only reason.
That's a Nick Morante's quote right there.
Yeah, I've kind of embraced pmode 1 as my least common denominator, and yeah, I seem to be sticking with it. No, there's no reason. I mean, I'm sure I could tell my
yeah, because right now, if I remember, pmode 1's 128 by 96 4 colors, and pmode 3 is 128 by 192.
That's right. So over here on the side is the conversation that I've been having with Gemini, for instance. 4 sliders appear when, this is me typing, when importing an image to scale the color matching algorithm. They're very useful, but sometimes need small sensitive adjustments. Let them be at least 50% longer or 100% longer if that will fit. Well, it made them 100% longer. And then I complained that the granularity of the sliders is 0.1. Make it 0.05, please. And it did that. And yeah, here it is saying it did that. So I could probably just type right in here. Now let's support pmode 3, and it might even figure out exactly what I'm talking about and do it. I'm really impressed by Gemini's ability to build this. And no, I have not tried Claude or various others. I seem to be sticking with Google for some reason. Maybe disclosure, I used to work there, but
So have you taken any of these results and actually put it on hardware of Coco hardware?
Yes, have I? Yeah, I have, but not so much. Now, how do I go back?
Oh, you have to do the triple Bucky H to get your menu back, and then you can.
Okay, all right.
All right, I got rid of you.
You got rid of
Oh,
me.
you can just have Mark
Yeah.
kill you off.
Yeah,
I did want to mention. I did want to mention too. One good reason for supporting pmode 1 is those images will also work on the MC10.
Oh, good point.
Handy.
Yeah, and that's because they're only 3K of RAM instead of
Yeah, for
6K
video.
of RAM.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes it quicker to send things over the network to
Yeah,
your
and it'll work with
kiosk.
the extended basic that Aaron Atkinson did for like the SD32X and MCX 128, et cetera. So you can actually use it for that as well, or use it within that, I should say.
And the last 2 years, I've had a demo of my Space War that's in pmode 1 as a live role-playing thing, and so it's less processing for a Coco to do graphics and change graphics and communicate graphics at that level. Yeah, I think rather than pmode 3, the next will be to embrace the fullest the 16 color resolution with the best on the Coco 3.
Yeah,
And
320
then
by
you've got
225 or something.
P-mode 1 for your Coco 2 mode, and you've got that for the Coco 3 mode. And then we could have some Coco 3 only games and options, but try not to proliferate too many different modes and
Yeah,
things.
just pick a couple of standards.
Yeah. My favorite quote from a famous computer scientist is from Stephen Bourne, the author of the Unix shell. And what he taught me is add features sparingly, then stop.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
But if you look at the Bourne Again shell, which is what everybody uses on Linux, they keep adding features and features.
And yeah, they missed the stop part.
Without they missed the stop part. Yeah, but that's
It's bigger than Emacs now.
All right. Well, it looks like we've been joined by Brian, the Music Man.
Hello, hello, hello. Everybody can hear me?
Yeah, long time no see.
Long time no see.
Definitely. The lurker has arisen.
Did I hear it right? You're going to the last Coco Fest coming up?
Yes, I am.
Well, the next one anyway, right?
Okay.
That was a
All
pun.
right. Tell you what, why don't we jump over to Willam Athing?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
So I wanted to give a project update about it's not my project, but I'm helping out. Last couple of CoCoNation shows, I have been out of town or otherwise unable to talk, and there's been talk about the RGB to HDMI program, and that there's no digitizer for the 6847. Well, there is now, and this is the board. Let me see if I can get a background there so my camera focuses. So we've been working with Copper Dragon on this particular board. It's all Copper Dragon's design. I am just helping out with testing it on Coco and whatever. So I have this tested in Coco 2's, Coco 2B with a T1, and I'm working on Dragon and Dragon Pal. And I have on my video capture device here, I have a quick image from this is direct capture HDMI, and yeah, it's this is using the one of those new Coco diagnostic cartridges, but see the video quality is it's awesome.
Yeah,
that's
right
clear.
there.
Very nice.
It's digital all the way out. That's really nice. You have a choice when you install it, like all the other digitizers, of going y- through the existing RF connector, so you don't have to modify your case on your precious retro machines. Or you can set it up so that it goes through just that, make a hole. It only requires 2 wires. Because RF captures audio and this doesn't because it's video only. There's a modification I'm working on with the new RGB to HDMI's that with the ones that support the audio, where we'll be able to get both of them out the same connector, but you got to replace the connector with a phone, like a headphone kind of connector. But that's kind of all I wanted to show you. The video quality is like really good. It'll be available shortly. We're still working on dialing in the palette and some of the timing and whatever, but it handles all the test cases we've thrown at it so far with just a minor thing or two. So it'll be available really soon.
I would suggest one that really tested on would be Guardian.
Okay.
Because it uses a weird video mode that uses more than 32 bytes per line.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So why is it pink?
Yeah. Well, we're
That's
working
the
on
alternative screen color set for
this
text.
particular diagnostic card I'm using. It looks kind of orange on my composite output. And we're working
that's the
on
alternate color set because you got the green, dark green, and you also got the orange, dark red color set. So,
what's the name of that product again?
This is the MC6809 digitizer, and it'll be available on Copper Dragon's website very soon. They have these digitizer boards for Commodore 64, Commodore 128, VIC-20 TI-99, and lots of different platforms. In television, I think is one of the ones. So it's for getting the RGB to HDMI out directly, digital all the way, and it's just like stellar picture quality.
Does that just plug into the VDG socket, or?
So it solders underneath. So it's got a little bit larger than normal pins on the outside.
Oh, like that little cheater board that's
Sure,
Bob's got.
So this one here, the difference between Bob's board and this one is that this one keeps the signal digital all the way out, and it doesn't require that 6-pin cable. It just requires 2 pins coming out. And it's got on the particular on the artwork, it has indications when you solder it, which pins have to be soldered, which ones are not. Because it's picking up the signal digitally, it needs more signals. It's grabbing it right off the VGG bus.
And what's the technology inside?
It's got
that is a lumacode encoder.
Yeah, lumacode encoder. It uses an FPGA, and it's got some level shifters and a bunch of other stuff on there. And he's got this on his website now, where it's not available for sale yet, but there's more technical information about it is up there with all the other digitizers. So search for Copper Dragon with a 0 for the O, and you'll find it.
Cool.
Okay. .com, .net.
I'll drop the link in chat in a little bit. I'll go find it and put it up there. Yeah,
sounds good. Cool.
So, will this accept video in?
So this is it goes with a protocol called lumacode out to RGB2 to HDMI device, which one of these little adapter boards like this. It's got a Raspberry Pi 0, and takes the input from it looks like a regular composite connector or the RF connector on the back, and you can reuse that. And then it's all digital though, so it puts that onto HDMI, and so you get super quality picture.
So we're kind of sidestepping the chip right now, the normal VGA. We're kind of it's still doing what it used to do, but we aren't using it for much of anything but taking its input signals and making
it generates all the timing, and then this in the digital domain retimes that and sends it all out. So the software still talks to standard VDG registers. It doesn't add any video modes. It's just taking what the VDG puts out and
does better.
And codes it differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mark Overvoser posted the link to Copper Dragon's site in the chat. YouTube
awesome.
chat.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the O is in the copper, not the dragon. I would have got
Yeah,
that all
I was
wrong.
going to do the same thing.
Yeah. And he's got this for lots of different systems, but I'm helping him out because I've been amassing since I found out this was coming out a bunch of different 6847 systems. So I'm going to test it, after, Coco and Dragon, the big ones, then next is MC10. And then I've got, the NEC PC 6001, and I've got a Acorn
VZ200.
Atom. Yeah, he already tested it on the Laser 200, so that's the first platform that he tested it on. So I'm going to be testing it on, as many as I can get my hands on.
Yeah, the Acorn Atom, I think, had a VDG too.
Yeah, I've got an Acorn Atom reproduction system that should be fired up for the first time today.
So what you're saying is this anything like the DS69 where you can freeze frame while live video's coming in and save it off?
So it's not for digitizing incoming video. It's an output device. It takes the Coco video and puts that onto HDMI, and then it puts out, because it's using the Raspberry Pi for the HDMI output. It puts out cleaner HDMI than other solutions. So I got the cheapest HDMI capture device I could, and it worked great with it.
Oh, okay. Cheaper as in, or nicer as in licensed proper HDMI with all of the dots and T's and.
Yeah. Let's not go into it.
Yeah.
And
cool.
It's because it's 2-pin connector. You're reusing that connector on the back of your Coco, the standard RF connector. You can move it easily between systems. So if you have a lot of different systems that have the digitizer in there, like you have your Commodore 64 or whatever, you can easily reposition that connector. You still got to go through the menus on the RGB to HDMI to switch, because each of the lumacodes is just a little bit different. So you got to choose which lumacode you're using. But or if you have multiple Cocos, you can put one of the. They're cheaper than getting Coco DV or a Coco VGA, because these things I think they're going to be about 60 USD. Not sure other international currencies, but so they're cheap enough. You can put them in every one of your vintage systems and move them around that way.
Hey, William?
Yeah.
Did you answer Daddy Burrito's question about does the audio still work?
So it does not put audio out on that connector. This is a video only device. But there is a version of the RGB to HDMI that has audio on it now. They have an audio encoder IC that goes on there. And what you can do is you have to modify your Coco a little bit more, but you can put a headphone jack where the coax RF connector is. And then you can use, there's a new variant of the RGB to HDMI, which it has the video encoder board, and it has, I'm taking this one apart here. It has the video encoder board, and it has the audio encoder, and it just gives a headphone jack here. So you could have a headphone jack that goes from the back of your Coco onto the RGB.
Can you maybe just add a third wire to the 2-pin?
You could do that too, but then you'd have an extra wire coming out the back.
The solder inside your Coco, and
yeah.
So is your 1/8-inch cable is also an extra wire. So I'd rather bundle it in one.
Yeah. So that's all.
That's very cool. Yeah, I've been hoping for a lumacode encoder.
Yeah, and HDMI is definitely the easiest thing to get with TVs and stuff these days. VGA is starting to get a bit more rare.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go over to Rick.
Sure. I need to wait for my computer to get started.
By the way, Micro Hobbyist in the chat says, cool, I want 10 of them.
Nice. You've got a market. Okay, so I want to just address the perils of designing a complex game. So here's the Turk/Trek thing I've been working on. It doesn't look like much. We're in full easy mode, so you can see what all the other people are doing. You don't know what they are, but you know what they're doing. So TARDIS is 24 steps away from the heart of gold, and it's chasing him. Easy enough. But now, try to make all of these aliens act properly and do the right thing. And that lets me with this. So here's my scorecard. Why can't I open this properly? What happened?
You're sharing your screen and
I moved the wrong screen is what happened. Okay, so here's my scorecard, so to speak. Trying to make the aliens behave, and you can see some of them are doing pretty good. The eagle is chasing the TARDIS because the eagle is, of course, a film, and TARDIS is from the humans because, hey, Doctor Who, he may be human, we don't know. In any case, I'm having to track all of this crap to make sure that the aliens are doing what I expect them to do. They've got 5 choices they can make. Do they chase you? Do they fight you? Do they run away? And are they doing that? It looks a little weird because I've got the search turned up all the way across the galaxy. So here's the Wayfarer, and he's just chasing. This would be normal speed, but because he can see so far away, he's chasing 5 to 7, 8, 9 steps. And then, here's all the little bugs that I've found. I only bring this up because I spent hours doing this stupid thing. If you want to make something that has 8 AIs that are chasing you around, be prepared to spend 8 times the time that it would take to make a regular video game, because it's just been kind of a challenge. In any case, we've almost got all the bugs worked out. I'm especially encouraged by things like when I warped halfway across the galaxy, the aliens or the AI quit chasing me, and a different AI saw a head come into its range and started chasing me in place of the person. So anyway, I think I'm about to have a game here. I just wanted to kind of show where I've been spending my Coco time. Little colored pencils and lines and step-by-step debugging of aliens.
I will mention Mark Overos just posted a link to your GitHub on this project too, so if people want to see what you're doing right down to the code level.
There's a new I'll be dropping some new code today where it actually sort of works like this. There have been a lot of kind of deal-breaking bugs hidden in different places. Now the only thing that happens is I managed to get 7 turns in. And I mean, here's the kind of stuff you got to track. Every turn, all the players go randomly. So I have to look at what order they went and make sure that they aren't copying each other. So Wayfarer went first, and they went second, and they went second, and they went fourth. It's starting to sound a little suspicious. And second, first, they're cheating. But I don't think so. I think that's just the way the randomness worked out after doing many, many games. That's why it takes so flipping long to figure out if it's working or not. In any case, I guess I've wasted enough time for today, but this is what we've been doing with our time here. And hopefully this runs on anything that can run Basic 09 with, unfortunately, a 40K workspace right now, but I'm crunching that back down to 32K again. With all kinds of support programs, and network connectivity is in the works.
Overlay modules.
Overlay modules, exactly such. Well, and see, it's interesting. So on a Coco, you have windowing, so you can like have chat in another window. And there you go. We've got the game, we've got chat. But if you're on like a TFR, I forget all the numbers.
9,
yeah. Oh yeah, like 1609. Anyway, if you're on that thing, it doesn't have windows. So now how do we handle the chat? Do we build it in?
curses.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. Well, but then how do you display it? Because you've only got the one window there. You're going to have to flip back. So anyway, I've uncovered a whole big hornet's nest full of things that I never really expected, and that's why it turned into not just writing a game, but writing an engine where I can add other games to it. So all this background stuff that I'm doing as far as saving maps and reading data modules and things like that can be applied to more than one program, because it's a whole lot of work for one stupid game. I want to use it for a couple of things. Anyway, progress has been made. I've got, another 90K of basic 09 code or something like that split up into different workspaces and so forth. So, you create the game in one workspace, you play the game in a different workspace because it's already been created. I need to fix the magic data module. Right now, we're passing things around as a file, which is obviously dead slow because every stage of the game you have to pause, write the file, and then continue on so that I can go in with my spy program and see how the game's going and make my little golf cheat sheet here. Baseball scorecard, I guess it is. We've got the runs, hits. Anyway, sorry for rambling so long. I just took off without a real plan, and here's where we ended up.
Cool. I'm looking forward to seeing that on a network. We are playing against people all over the world.
I got to figure out how to work a data module from Basic 09. I haven't quite got that.
Probably some system calls and pokes.
Right. Well, but then there's the other problem. I'm already at 40K, so where do I put syscall?
You had to map it in.
Is that 40K if you're using RunB?
Oh no, that's I mean RunB was, but then how do you test it?
You have to dump a lot of things out with prints.
Right. So anyway, that's been the whole thing about starting to split things apart. So the game creator is separate from the game, which is, separate from the chat program, which is separate from
parts of the program that are mutually exclusive. You won't be running this chunk of code the same time as this chunk. You can separate the modules and call them as you need passing variables.
It's great in Basic 09 that you can pass things around, but that only applies if all the things are in the same workspace. So if your workspace is full, passing parameters between doesn't help one whit. That's why I've got it.
I really should add some system calls into Nitrous 9 for supporting data modules natively.
Yes, that would make the world go around much better. I did discover something which I haven't actually written up yet, but if you're using arrays, like this program uses a metric crap ton of arrays. Arrays are slow. You want to use complex,
the more dimensions, the
data
more slower
types
too, if I remember.
Well, and you want to use complex data types because, as I saw in passing at the very end of the chapter in the manual, those are figured out at compile time, not at runtime, where arrays are figured out at runtime. So, oh my God, I rewrote it. Now, if I just have room to put all those extra name dot variable things into that source, that'll double speed the program as far as creating the galaxy, where you're just writing a whole bunch of arrays, a 64 by 64 by 2, pretty big chunky array. If that's a complex type, it seems to run about 3 times as fast.
There's mention in the Basic 9 manual that doing complex data types, I think, is multiple times faster because, as you said, it's pre-calculated for the size, so it doesn't have to do it dynamically every time you're doing something. You expand a string or something like that, and it just fires it off as one big block.
And then when you save the map or anything, you just say, write blah. That's it. Instead of, for 1 to 547, write this, write that, write this, write that, write the other thing.
Yeah. You can just do a put number
my
path
type.
and bang, you have an entire type.
And she's done. So I'm learning a whole lot from this thing. Unfortunately, I'll probably be dead before I use it all, but
So Curtis, when I've thought about doing a data module for my projects or for Basic 09, I would have done it as a library. I don't think there's any system calls that you can't get at from user space that are needed to do it, right?
Just like the link calls, like to link it into your memory space, you can look at it and
So it doesn't
just
really
like any
need
other
to be
module
in
you
the-
could do.
It doesn't
If you
need
could
to
treat
be in
it-
the Nitrous 09 kernel is my point. It can be done by user space or by an extra module that you load, I guess, as a kernel.
Yeah, what I was thinking of doing is doing it where you can have the module outside the user space, and you can like request, a chunk of it here, or send a chunk there, so you can
treat it like a path or something would be really nice.
or maybe like almost like a pipe or something. You can access it outside your 64K workspace. So you don't if you have a large data module, you don't have to try to map 32K into your space with
okay,
the actual code. So that's what I'm kind of thinking of.
So indirect access to it rather than
So like
you can do it with a RAM drive too, I guess, technically, but
that's right.
Yeah, that was my backup plan, but it would be really nice to just have it magic and not.
Yeah, because that's how Window Writer does all of its virtual for a huge data file. You're editing a text file that's like 200K. It's all done through the RAM drive. You just accesses chunks at a time.
Yeah, I've mentioned before, I think Basico now would be really cool under nekot OS. Might require
Yeah.
more than the 16K machine, but Rick, it'd be fun to try to support that
Yeah. I mean,
for multiplayer usage. Because I've got the real simple, it's called gamecast model, where you can gamecast about 60 bytes, about once a second to everyone else and receive from everyone else. And if you can make that your networking primitive, that fits the nekot model.
cool. That ties into kind of what I'm planning to do, where if we don't share the map between ourselves. We share the commands between ourselves, and then we all execute them. And if we end up with the same map, life is good. And
That's
greatly
been
reduces that greatly
Data
reduces
transfer.
the communication. Yeah.
And lags.
But what you're looking for is fairly quick eventual consistency that when the when the gamecast packets get received, that everybody feels like they're in the same view of the world, plus or minus a slew of a half a second or something.
Exactly. Nice. This might all come to an actual product sometime instead of just projects.
Yeah.
Then it'll spice it up with like drop down menus and graphics. And, no, I'm just kidding.
Well, chat's the big thing, and then you got to realize this is just the map being moved around. That doesn't have to be your display. You could have a 3D display, and then we've got to worry about how to do square roots on a Coco so we can do the raycasting. But anyway,
notice that nekot is based on chat. So nekot already provides you an out of band chat while you're.
Oh, nice. So you don't have to invent something that's already there. Nice.
Right. We could use a couple extra APIs so that you could display it while in the game as well. But if you hit break, you go into that chat mode, and you hit break, you come back to the game in progress.
Cool. Sounds like there's a bit of synergy there between the two of you that might be able to take advantage of.
We're all chasing a common goal here. Yeah.
Okay, Mark, has anybody else got
yes, we have Ryan.
Which one?
Weasler.
Okay.
You have a plethora of Brians.
Yep, didn't forget about you, Brian.
And does Frederic have one? Because he joined late here too. He's muted currently. But...
I haven't heard
well,
from Frederic.
I'd like to say I have some, but I'm going to announce. I don't know. Should I do? It's not an exclusive, but anyways, I'm going to announce something on my next show, my next episode. But it's fairly simple. It's a project update, but it's the direction I'm going to take, which is going to go a lot faster. Because I'm not gonna waste my time editing as much. The thing is, I'm a bit OCD when it comes to editing. Everything has to be perfect, and that's a killer. I'm not advancing my project that way. By the time I finish this project, I would have finished my retirement.
Are you one of those guys that goes into your video and cuts all the ums out?
Yeah.
But you'll be an expert at your video editor.
Yeah, but
right.
But the thing I've noticed is that people don't really care about the final touches unless it's a movie on YouTube. They don't really care if the mouse cursor that I synthetically put and it's going and it has a Bezier curve to stop and start. No, people don't care.
No, most people don't even know what that means.
They just want to see the stuff going and not wait a month before the next episode, right? So that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to do it more live, less reading a text all the way through. I'm going to have some pointers, but I'm going to ad-lib it, and hopefully I'm not going to suck at it.
Well, I mean, as long as the ums and you-knows don't happen any more than once a minute, then it'll be okay.
Yeah. Or you can just click on YouTube and just say play it 1.5 times, filter go through faster.
Yeah. And also, I'm going to go straight to PCB instead of I'm going to build a backplane, a better one with 12 slots, so I can
David Ladd will be happy.
Experiment with that. And then once
Right.
I got everything, a couple of cards done, I could probably integrate it into one and stuff like that. The thing is, I've had issues with my breadboard ever since I came back from VCF Montreal. I brought it, and I thought I've connected everything together. Everything, the continuity is perfect. I've made sure that everything is great, but I think, well, I've reused a couple of cables from previous projects, and probably one of them is like broken inside of
The
of the
ribbon cable or
sleeve
whatever.
itself.
Oh,
So
so you can't see, but
I
yeah.
can't see it, and I don't know which one, because as I touch a bundle, I mean a huge bundle, boop, it works. Release it, doesn't work.
It stops.
Ah, that means I'll have to restart the whole thing and
Well,
breadboarding. And no, forget it.
it could be you have cheesy breadboards too, with those springs.
Yeah, but I
just
bought
kinda-
the bus boards. They're the best. The
Oh.
bus board brand. Paid a hefty price.
Yeah,
for
let's
them,
blame
so-
the wires. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to blame those, because then what do you do for breadboards if you can't?
Yeah, if you can't trust those.
Yeah.
It's-
Wire wrap.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Right,
there's
right.
that.
Wire wrap everything.
Well, you
When the
saw I
power
was wire
wrappers-
wrapping my current stuff.
Okay. Now we can go to Brian Weasler.
Okay, I got a couple of things. I'll just make it real quick here. I picked this keyboard up here not too long ago, for a couple different reasons. One, I have some of the like the AT306 and the MM1. They use a keyboard like this.
It's like a
Also,
3000 keyboard.
yeah, and also I have some of the AT keyboard adapters for like the Coco, where you can hook up a keyboard to it. So with the 5-pin.
Right.
So it did come with this adapter to go from 5-pin to
PS2. It looks like.
PS2 there, but this one had the Tandy label on it, so I thought it might make it kind of fun to have that with an actual Coco, I guess.
So the important question for all Cocoists: does this have a switch on the bottom for XT/AT, or
Yeah, I was
does it
about to ask.
also
Most of the
switch?
Coco ones were XT, not AT.
Yeah, negative.
Well, because in fact, the Pupo adapter for the Coco requires an XT keyboard with a switch, because the auto
Okay.
switch won't switch to XT mode for it. So this is
Okay.
no good for the Coco. Good try. You failed.
Now, on the other hand, the TC9 does use an AT keyboard interface, which also was designed by Bob
So
Puppo.
it would be happy to
Okay.
clam with this, because the adapter, it'll switch to AT by default, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Cool.
So, but yeah, it's coming through a lot cleaner on the as I'm looking at my screen here than it really is, because these buttons here have a lot of finger goo on.
Don't tell anyone.
So anyway, so it needs a good cleaning and stuff like that. But right now, I just wanted to kind of share with it. I need to pop up all the keys too. There's little critters and stuff like that down inside the
Crud
in the
down
keys
there,
here.
Right,
So
right.
so it's going to need a good bath and everything though. But I tell you what, I don't know if you've ever lifted one of these keyboards, but I think there's a lead plate in the bottom of it.
What? No, it's that heavy. You could kill people with that keyboard.
Yeah, it's quite substantial there. First, the other ones where it feels like just a feather light case though. So yeah, so this thing was obviously built. So yeah, so that'll be a fun little project there.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's why when you swing those things in your office, it clears the desk.
Oh, right, right.
I'll try to avoid that.
Move
The other
pod
thing
walls.
here, you may have saw this picture on Facebook here, because I was looking for some documentation on this.
Ah, the Exatron stringy floppy, I think they called it.
Well, yes and no. So Exatron, yes. Stringy floppy, no. And as we go into this here, you'll see what I'm talking about. So yes, there is the Exatron drive that use these little cassette-looking, well, I'll just say cassettes, that went into the drive, and they were kind of a continuous loop type of cassette, and they were referred to as like the stringy floppy. And there is versions of it out there for the TRS-80, but I believe it's for like the TRS-80, like the business line, or a model, I don't know what specific models, if it was the one, or the 3 or the 4. And the reason why I say that is because the connector that is on it was this wide of the 40 pin, the 40 pin connector, would go right into the ROM cartridge, and versus a floppy drive itself has only the
32,
34
so,
34.
Yeah.
Right.
34?
So what I believe this was this was made by the company Exatron, but it's for floppy diffs. And I should have brought up the article. Shoot, that would have been a better explanation. There is in the Rainbow magazine where they talk about this, where Exatron wanted to beat the game to Radio Shack. They wanted to build a better floppy disk controller than what Radio Shack did. And so this is really just the controller, like we would have the 500, the 501, the 502 controller for the floppy drives, and the other companies out there like Distro and stuff like that made floppy disk controllers. This was one that was made by Exatron. Reading the documentation, it had some setbacks, and I can't remember. It had to do with some of the buffering and everything. So I haven't found a manual. I haven't found a whole lot of information other than there was some paragraphs in the Rainbow magazine that talked about it. But I've already taken the screws off of it, so I was going to take us inside here.
Cool.
So let's see. You guys looking at this upside down? I can't
Wow,
quite. Oh, I guess
that's pretty
everything's
well
up.
engineered.
Yeah. So let me zoom in a little bit here.
Looks like
Let me do a
it
little
could have
zoom.
once been card fingers ideas or something, and then they went to a cable instead.
So,
Huh.
okay, so this cable here, this is what would go into the Coco,
Okay.
like any other cartridge would. And then you can see here, there's 2 boards here stacked, and we'll take them off here in a minute. And then here's your connector that would go to your, to the ribbon cable, that we would think of, like this here, to go to
to the drive.
Oh, to the floppy, yeah.
To go to the floppy drive itself. So this would be this would plug into here to go to your floppy drives. I took the screws out, so it's normally not loose in here like this. But you can see made in the USA. You can see Exatron right here. And it does say disk drive right here.
Which controller they use? What's the part number on the 40 pin?
That's good. Yeah, that's a good question because I don't believe it was like the ones that you would normally think of. This here says E01771B-0.
So 1771, kind of.
1771, yeah.
Okay, so that's like the one they used in the original controller, isn't it?
Yeah, was it 1773 or 1793 or something? Yeah.
I don't know. I have to go look them up. Anyway.
So, yep. So there's this board here, and then there is a board on the bottom, and it's connected with this ribbon cable here. And this here is labeled as memory expansion, is what it says here. Now I don't know if this was for like buffering.
Oh, it's a caching controller.
This says color disk right here. So yeah, and it says made in the USA, and we got Exatron again. But yeah, this is this is full of
yeah, it's a caching controller, so it can read in a sector and just store it on the controller.
Yeah, so you can see here's all the memory right here. You can see all the caps are kind of giving it away. These are 5290. I haven't done the math yet to try to figure out what kind of chip this is to see like, okay, how much memory.
Yeah, so that'd be like the
thing.
Sardis Performance Peripherals, whoever made that 8 or 32K cache disk controller for the Coco 3.
Okay.
Exactly. So if you hit a sector twice, you don't have to reread the disk again because
and the big one actually it would do the whole track. So
right.
But one of the folks in the comments there made about the fact that this would have to probably like run on a Coco 1 because this is when this would have came out back in the day. I don't see a date on it though, but based on I don't remember what issue of the Rainbow I was looking at. This would have been during the Coco 1 when you still would have had like the 12 volts available on the bus.
Yeah.
Versus needing like
or in a multi-pack. It's a multi-pack supply.
Or a multi-pack, exactly. Yes.
Oh, fun fact! I'm googling that 1771 is a single density controller. So we're talking half size floppies.
Yeah, if I remember right, yeah, it was just single sided.
Well, Well, no, this is single density.
Yep.
So
instead of double-sided,
70K
double density.
instead of 158. It was more like 70.
Yeah, because we have double
Oh,
density
okay.
controllers on the Coco currently. Yeah.
So, but there was kind of some pretty hefty caps right here, though. They're really doing some filtering here. But
Right.
What's well, you can kind of get its age by looking at date codes on the chips. And getting a consensus as to manufacture date.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember, there was a couple of disk controllers that were released in 81, 82 before Tandy's even came out that were, vying to be the
Right,
standard.
and this single density would make sense that this would be precede all of that stuff. So there was no standard. So whatever you did was
equivalent to the first kind of drives that came out on the Model 1s.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I'm trying to look at some of these date codes here. It's
In fact, I've still got my Model 1 double density kit, which you screwed into it to update it. Date codes are a pain.
81.
8132.
32nd week of 81. 87. Oh no, 82 on that 157 there.
And Tandy started selling theirs in 82, didn't they? That's when the first disk expanded basic 1.0 is copyright 82, I think.
Okay. So this one's sort of middle of 81.
I'm thinking this has got a 16K RAM expansion because 8132 chips probably would have been 8Ks.
Okay. Yeah.
8K by one, 2 banks of them.
Yeah, that makes sense. And single density, you wouldn't need a huge cache because, the drive.
Right, you've got half the drive in the cache.
So I'm assuming maybe there'd be something on this ROM here that would probably help manage that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to dump that ROM because is it an adaptation later on done of the Microsoft Tandy one, or is it the completely original one to run on the Coco before those even came out?
The Color Disk 1.0, yeah.
There is one concern that I have, and I'm not sure if this is going to come through, but if you can see this, I'll try to hold this as steady as I can.
Yeah, there's a pin not in the socket there.
That pin's not in the socket right there.
And did they do that on purpose? That could be a factory pull. Has it ever been in the socket?
Yeah, it's looking at it, I don't see a lot of scuff marks on there, so I don't know. I guess if this doesn't work, it might I may have to try.
There may be the antipods, just like those caps were added after the fact. They weren't meant to be there.
Right.
Those
there you
two
go.
big caps were just
stuck across the rails.
There.
Yeah, that looks like it was it wasn't bent and folded under. It was pried out of the way so it wouldn't go in.
Yeah.
You'd almost think. Let's see, it's not power, but that's the power rail underneath it, so that may be intentional.
Yeah. I would assume that when they assembled this, they would have tested this. So.
Well, if you look at under the pulled pin, there's a power pad that looks like a ground rail or something. Oh,
yeah,
okay. They didn't connect to it. But that wire does that go anywhere? The wire comes off that it would have went to. Does that even? Who knows?
Yep.
Right.
So I haven't had a chance to plug this in and try it yet, but I just wanted to kind of share it a little bit there, and maybe somebody.
I would definitely dump the ROM. Just I'm curious if that's a modified Microsoft ROM done a little bit later or something, or if it's a completely original one that Exatron had.
Right.
Right. Because how did they handle hitting the cache or hitting the disk? They must have.
Because I do remember early Rainbows in 82 were advertising a third party. It was Tallgrass Technologies or something. I can't remember who did it, but it was a disk controller that actually would work in the Coco with 4K of RAM. It didn't even need 16K like Tandy's.
So does this thing have a processor on it somewhere to be able to take the data from the disk and put it in the RAM?
That could be the alternate use of that RAM as a place to put your disk basic. On a small Coco.
Because being the fact that this is hanging right off the bus, could have, I don't know.
Well, because if you had a 4K Coco, you would need some RAM just on the bus.
Just
run
disk
disk
for the track buffer.
Yeah, because if you're formatting, you write a track usually, not sector by sector.
Anyway, cool.
A nice mystery.
But there must be some smarts. Got to oscillator there, our crystal, and
Yeah, it's thinking and it's writing stuff to its own RAM, and yeah.
Well, the controller would need the crystal and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, that's a nice mystery here. What the heck all does this do?
Yeah, it looks like almost all the chips are 81s, so yeah, it's in the right time period before Tandy's came out.
It's an early stage gimme chip.
Don't laugh. That's pretty well what it looked like if you've seen the original prototype boards Micro had. That thing was huge.
So, okay.
Right.
Then one last thing here. I think you guys will get a kick out of that. Let me move this out of the way here.
Wait, there's more.
Let me back up the screen here a little bit. There we go. Okay. Okay, for those of you that were watching the show 2 weeks ago, does this look familiar?
Yes.
So, Curtis a couple weeks ago was covering this here from Zachary Greenman. He had posted some pictures on Facebook about this, and we were trying to figure out what it was because it was just this plain cartridge and had this here. Well, while you guys were discussing it, I was actually smiling to myself because just the day before I was in chats with Zachary, and him and I had already worked out a deal to purchase it from him. so I didn't want to say anything on the show. You guys were trying to figure it out. It's like, well, I'm going to find out here soon enough because when we were discussing on the show, he had already shipped it, and so it was in transit when we were talking about it. But no, he came across this. There was a local auction where he was at, and he came across this. He's not necessarily a Coco man, but he's interested in this retro stuff, and so he came across it and was trying to find out information about it. And so I reached out to him to see if he had any interest in wanting to sell it, and so he said sure, and so we worked out a little deal. But let me go ahead and open it up again, if you guys remember the pictures.
Yeah, it was like some sort of a I/O board.
Yeah, and it had some like optocouplers on it and whatnot.
Yeah. So was the original purpose ever figured out?
No, I don't think anybody's figured it out yet, and I haven't had a chance to delve into it or anything like that. But I just wanted to show it again, so we can maybe look at it a little bit closer if needed. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So there we go. This is what we saw.
Yeah, I still maintained that it controlled something that wasn't at logic levels.
Big and scary, yes.
Yeah. Both inputs and outputs.
But yeah, I did. I mean, the board does come out. It's not screwed in place, and as he indicated, yeah, there's no markings on this anywhere. There's no like initials or logo.
Right. Probably a low production run.
Yeah. So it's interesting to find out what this.
It's properly made.
It's devices.
They're opto-isolators.
Opto-isolators.
Yeah,
okay.
everything's isolated, going in and coming out, and it's obviously professionally made. It was drawn by hand, but it wasn't made by hand. It was made in a factory and gold-plated pins and everything.
So these are all like 74L, XX.
Yeah, just little gates. Yeah.
And then we have some couplers here. The only mystery one is this blue guy here, and I tried Googling that number.
Well, that's a resistor pack. That's going to be some.
Is that what we determined that was? Is a resistor pack?
Well, it looks just like other resistor packs I got.
Like on the old disk drives from Tandy.
That's bound to be a just to drag the.
In fact, if you zoom in a little bit further, it tells you the value.
It's an electric sign
It's like a 470 ohm.
Something like that. I think you're on the right track, Ron.
So
2K ohm.
2K
oh, I see what you're talking. Yeah, where it says R2K or
R2K.
Yeah, just 2K to.
Yeah.
So the only question is it just straight across, or is it all tied to one common pin?
It looks like an across one.
It looks like a common.
Each individual one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, your voltmeter will tell you that.
Yeah, well, because otherwise, yeah.
But there's no other like gal chips, PAL chips, or anything else on this. It's all just GPL
yeah.
stuff,
No, we've got the 8 tracks to the output side off of that. So yeah, it's just a common.
So like 10 output and 3 input.
Yeah, so I'm assuming there must have been maybe a floppy disk or something or a cassette that would have came with this thing,
I'm thinking more motor controller, signage, something.
Yeah, this
that's
came
gonna
with
draw
your
a heavier
signage
load.
kit and, like you say, a program that you plugged in and plug this in your Coco, and now you've got a sign machine.
I vote.
Okay, at the
I
top
vote for
of the
GPIO.
screen, at the top of the screen, I see a 74138. That's a 3 to 8 decoder. Down here is
Right.
74374. Does anyone know what that is?
374 is an octal latch.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
A latch. Okay.
Yeah. This is gonna be something like a motor controller or something that's higher powered.
Right. You set a byte,
logic
it
level.
holds the byte until you set a new byte, and then it changes the byte that it's holding.
Yeah, because a floppy drive would be at logic level. You wouldn't need the opt isolators.
Right. No, that's to go out into the scary world. Just like the input has, same thing. It's isolated.
That's why it looks like a GPIO.
Yeah. Well, we just don't know what it ever connected to is the thing.
Well, and I asked him if there was any manuals or cassettes, and unfortunately, this is all that he had because he picked this up from an auction. So it's possible if there was software with this, it might have gotten separated and maybe into a different box that somebody else bought. You know how auctions are. They have like a box of stuff there. It's like, okay, who'll give me $5 for this box? Type of thing.
No, I would lay money that this cartridge came with some external device that you plug into the Coco. So there's no documentation about the Coco side at all, because you would never have this unless you bought their external device that had this input cartridge.
Right, like that one Coco that I have that came with a cartridge with the that was used for the for a marquee system. They rather than reinventing the wheel, they just took an off-the-shelf Coco,
plug it into a Coco, and
built their cartridge, plugs into a Coco, and then it had the cord that would plug into the marquee system. They sold it as a package, and it's very likely that this is the same sort of thing. Or like Mark, you were saying too that that sound system or sound machine Coco, where they took a known product that has a keyboard, a processor, and everything else, built their own cartridge, threw some ROMs in it or whatever, and
same from designing a computer to run it.
Do you know where the sale was from, Brian?
Seattle, Washington. Well, at least that's where he's from.
Okay, that doesn't narrow it down much.
No.
Well, just wondering if like Chris Burke was based out of there, Spectral Associates was based out nearby. I'm wondering if one of them might know.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I may go ahead and post some more pictures on it, and but it might be interesting. I mean, if we know where this thing is addressing at, it might be worth maybe like putting a logic analyzer on this end here or something like that, and
I would just hang off one of the.
Send me a top and bottom picture, and I'll map it out.
Okay.
Just get a good iPhone picture of the top and the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're not busy enough, Rick. So yeah.
Right.
Well, I need things to do that require a different mode of thinking. I can't, debug programs all the time, or write new code all the time, or design circuits all the time.
And I can certainly bring this
format is that ribbon cable? What does it go to?
Well, it looks like a DB25.
Random, yeah. Random standard connector is what our guess.
And DB25s were used as
anything.
Printers?
Yeah, parallel printer port adapter.
You name it.
Although, you know what? Shoot, we don't have any pictures of that, or do we? Does anybody have any? Remember that machine, the one that was the New York Times machine? We used to joke around about the fact it was on eBay for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
John Linville bought that. I'm going to reach out to John and see if he.
Oh, what's his pinout look like?
It had this weird ribbon cable, and I wonder if maybe I wonder if this is a similar, if it's a like board. But I mean, not that it's going to tell us anything though.
Well, because your cheap connectors were the DB9 for 9 wires or the DB25 for 25 wires. There were no other really cheap connectors that you could.
Right.
I mean, that was just your two choices.
Well, DB15 was fairly common for like Atari joysticks. And
well,
stuff.
those were those weird game port guys.
IBM.
I'm just talking like the $2 connectors from Cheapo Plus. Where
if this cartridge though was the one that was with that New York Times, and we're assuming that the New York Times is a paper, the newspaper New York Times, could this have been some kind of an interface that went to a special type of printer or something that a New York Times newspaper would have used. I don't know if that is any clue or not.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
could be.
Or
But
a
I can
packaging
certainly,
machine or
But Rick, I can certainly bring this along with me to Coco Fest. And if we're just trying to burn some time or whatever, we can play around with it.
If it's seriously loose like that, just take a good cell phone picture of the top and the bottom, and I can throw it all together in GIMP and get out the wiring diagram just in my weird time when I don't really want to think about something. I just want to kind of.
That'd be really cool to see.
But yeah, but if we wanted to play with it, plug it into a
yeah,
Coco,
no,
start poking something.
I'll figure out what the schematic is so we don't set it on fire while we're playing with it.
Good idea.
Aw, now you're taking all the fun.
Okay, well, if you want to set it on fire, I can give you suggestions for that as well.
So
let me apply my soldering skills to it. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go.
Just figuring out
Chernobyl.
which of those lines is the ground might narrow down what kind of interfaces it is.
Right, and where it's addressed on the Coco might narrow down what kind of software. I mean, there's more
How
information.
did Coco have a DB25? Does this have anything to do with Cocos?
I doubt it. I bet there's an interface card for Commodores and Apple IIs and everything else that go to the same external box that we don't know what it is. But we have the Coco one. So
right, just like the Kentronics would have had, or not Kentronics.
The A-bus guys, yeah.
Kentronics, yeah, the ham radio stuff. I mean, they made the thing called the what was that? The ham something. What they call that? The ham soft. It was a cartridge that they made that connected to their Kentronics interface, which then would connect to a radio. And out on eBay, occasionally you'll see one for a Coco, but there was ones for Apple and one for Commodore. Where basically it was the same box. They just made their own interface to go to the box,
to
for
go
the
to
different.
whatever computer you had.
So
I have
Brian Blake in the chat is mentioning he seems to recall that the New York Times machine was advertised as a water valve control.
Oh, cool! It kept the heat on.
I have an old sine plotter that has a RS-232 input. That you can plug into on the side controller.
The secret that this isn't a normal RS-232 is all those opto isolators. If this was a regular interface, you wouldn't need those. So
this is meant for high voltage stuff.
This is it looks normal, but it's really meant to go to a scary place that might not be very well controlled.
Lights, motors, something like that.
It's using that
Relays.
TTL latch going directly to output, so those are going to be 5 volt lines.
Right, it's just you want to make sure that it's only 5 volts on the computer side of things, where
that it's
there might be
floating with
spikes.
respect to the
There's, the same thing that this control probably had a mechanical thing with rotating drums and relay contacts that sparked through things across the room. Yeah.
At least one of those chips said 1986, right? By that point,
I saw that.
PCs have probably standardized what you're using DB25s for.
So, but yeah, no, there we go. I just thought I kind of share that though, but I was.
It's a cool find.
I was kind of smiling to myself a little bit though, because you guys were sitting there going into such depth.
It's mine, man. It's mine.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking about it that way. It's just that if we would have waited one more week, then I would have actually had the thing right here, and we could have talked
more
about
detail.
it on the show.
Yeah.
Right, but I like to surprise you guys with stuff. So anyway, but
keep doing it.
he seemed like a really nice guy, and he goes to a lot of auctions and like that, so he comes across weird things. So, but anyway,
nice.
That's all I got, Mark.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, it's about time for our commercial break. And shall we go into the game on results afterwards?
If Ken's awake, yep.
Okay.
Splash the water in the lake, see if it ripples.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation Show would like to thank the following patrons. AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donnie, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederic Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jeffrey Drywater, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Mark Castellan, Michael Hill, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Trapp, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Willam Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you. Enjoy!
The CoCoNation would like to thank our Discord boosters. Boysen Tech, Captain Kirchhoff, Frederic Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard G., and Wingnut 2626. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the Welcome section to see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Beware the KBB. We had a total of 11 players. We had Ed Rhodes with 1095, Sloopy Malibu 2110, 8 Bits in the Basement 4140, Coconut Bob 5265, Canadian Retro Things 7015, Jim Rye 7100, Rich N 10020, Shenley 12100, Doug Venner 19425, Retro Rick 24065, and this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 44,985. Thanks everybody that played, and we will see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute.
All right, so beware.
I forgot to post my score. Darn it.
Yeah, geez.
Me too.
You were beating Dr. Ted, weren't you?
We could have had 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much did you beat Dr. Ted by?
Probably minus 375.
1,000.
Yeah. Small detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we start, I want to answer one question. In the chat, Argor says, "How does it work? What are the rules? Any documentation somewhere?" They've said, "I've seen the Game On Challenge for the last few shows. Could you please explain what it is and how it works? Is it open to anyone?" Yes, the Game On Challenge is open to anyone. You don't even have to have a Coco. You just have to use an emulator if you don't have a real Coco. It's open to absolutely anyone that is in the Coco Discord. Joining the Coco Discord is free, and you get to meet a bunch of Coco nuts. There are no real rules. If there's any specific settings for the games, they are mentioned in the show and in the Game On Challenge channel.
I'd actually just like to add one thing there. There's actually one rule. No matter how bad the game is, you cannot lynch me.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Where do we have that?
But torches and pitchforks are fine. I'm not going to say where to get them, but I know a guy. So if you just.
But the pitchfork exemption still exists. Okay.
Yeah, drop Slippy a message. He'll hook you up.
We use them to play Hangman?
Hangman?
Sure.
Use me to play Hangman?
It's the Music Man.
Well, Sloopy's closer, so you could use him to play Hangman.
We'll make that a game one sometime.
Thanks, guys.
So that's basically how it works. There's no real prerequisite to play. We just covered the rules, and there's no real documentation for the game on itself. It's more the individual games. Usually we have a dramatic reading of the instructions the first week it's played, and basically we have 2 games running at any given time except between Friday night and Saturday morning. Each game is played for 2 weeks alternating, so every week there's a new game. Scores are compiled usually on either Friday night or Saturday morning, and that's when the deadline is closed for the games. But it's only like 1 game a week that's closed, so there's still another game that you can play during that time.
And it's
like this
all
week,
listed in the Game On Challenge channel.
Yeah, like
That's where
the
it's announced.
Beware the KBB ended last night or this morning.
Thank goodness.
Brian, you wanna...
Yeah, Brian Weasler, your
Brian,
mic's hot,
can
so
you
we're hearing all
mute
your crinkly.
microphone, please.
Yeah.
All your crinkly bits.
So in a little bit, we're gonna announce a new game for the next 2 weeks, which will replace Beware the KBB. Then we also have the other game, which was announced last week, and that will end next week.
And a quick welcome to Nick Morentis, who just joined us.
Oh yeah, the great game master
Hi,
himself.
Hey, Nick.
Who
Greetings.
made the best game that was ever made for the Coco?
Detroit!
0 Hour Gunstar. That's my vote.
So,
I think it's going to be Get Off My Lawn. It's always Nick's
Well,
next
it will
game
be.
is the
Yeah.
best
The
one.
newest game, yes.
Nick's next game is always the best.
So, Argor, if you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. Either I or Ken would be happy to answer them. Other people may answer them too, but they're not happy about it because they can't even see fit to come play the Game On Challenge.
And it's all very casual. We're just doing
Yes.
it for fun.
Yes. Also, we have the Game On Challenge Live, which is streamed on Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And to join that, all you need to do is join the Game On Challenge Live Discord voice channel, and you're there. If you have any problems setting up the emulator on your machine,
Or real hardware.
yeah, or real hardware, Ken or I can help you. If you're running Mac OS, we have people that we can cage up and bring them to the show and have them help you.
I don't know. Curtis doesn't like to be on the show anymore.
No, that's why we had to put him in a cage.
I didn't submit a score last week. I thought I was improving.
You didn't submit a score for this one, though. You submitted a score for the previous one.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
But, yep. So that's pretty much the head and tails of the Game On Challenge. Anyone have any questions or anything that I missed?
What time again is that on? The live stream?
The live stream, the
Game On
CoCoNation Game On Challenge Live is 8 p.m. Thursday,
Eastern.
5 p.m. Pacific.
On the Coco Discord.
On the Coco Discord in the Game On Challenge Live.
And if all you can do is watch, you can watch live on Twitch or on YouTube. You can send text comments back and forth too. So you can participate in that way as well.
We might even actually take time out from playing our games to actually read the comments sometimes too.
Yeah.
Heckling is totally encouraged.
What some people have done when they don't have a video capture device is just use like their cell phone or a webcam and point it at the television screen or the monitor that they're using.
Or use an emulator.
Yeah, there's also inexpensive capture devices that are like between $10 and $15 on Amazon that are available that work reasonably well.
Don't a lot of games have a play it online option that you can use to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Use the Exatron.
Yep, on the archive. So
I'll go back to you, Ken.
back to me. Okay, what was I talking about? I can't remember.
Talking about the game.
Oh, beware the KBB.
You were talking about how many people tried to lynch you and give you health problems because you chose Beware the KBB.
Ah, that was Retro Rick that chose that because, of course, he's the one that programmed it.
Oh, wait, Ken, you're coming in a little bit quiet.
Ah, that's my stupid Zoom.
Right.
Quiets
Thank
me
you,
every
Zoom.
time.
It's a Windows thing. Curtis wouldn't understand.
Yeah, because I didn't want to deal with Windows, so don't worry about it.
Right.
It's not Windows, it's Linux. And for some reason, every single time I start Zoom, Zoom turns my microphone down on me. I set the level, then it turns it down.
Kevin Hollister, Beware the KBB just ended, but it is on the Color Computer Archive.
All right.
Couldn't find it doing a search.
Sorry, somebody said something?
We were talking in the chat. It's the chat. It's like when you're streaming, there's this thing where people that are watching can talk. I know you've never heard of it. And
I don't understand. Okay, anyway. So, Beware the KBB was a game that Retro Rick wrote and was based on an old... Was it T&D software game? I can't remember.
Yeah, T&D or Chromosat. I think it was T&D.
Anyways, so this one was completely written in BASIC, so it was a basic game. It was quite fun. Actually, one of the things few people complained about, but I really liked, was the fact that once you killed everything but one of the balls, it sped up greatly, so you couldn't get into a rhythm of just shooting and hitting every time. As soon as it sped up, then you had to change your rhythm to kill things.
No.
No.
timing was very difficult on this one for me.
It was.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, the funny thing is, as I think Dr. Ted pointed out, the further you get in the game, the easier it is to kill things because your screen shrinks. So one of the biggest problems, of course, was when you miss on like the first level, you have to wait for your shot to go all the way up and off the screen before you can shoot again. But when there's less real estate, then you can shoot faster. So
with less real estate, more time for the bad guy to come down, right?
Yeah. But always just go for the guy with the green eyes first, because he's the only one that can actually kill you by hitting the bottom. So, I don't know. What else is there to say about it? That's basically the biggest thing, is make sure that you kill the guy with the green eyes first.
Always. And on the lower levels, he only shows up 2 or 3 times, and then he's not respawned. So then you're just stuck with the bounties.
All of the balls respawn more and more on the further levels. So.
And I'd also like to say that when I played it on my Coco 3, I have the Gimme Z, and so I actually tried it with the native speed, and it's like, yeah, and then I tried the double speed poke, and then, well, the Gimme Z's got the triple speed, or triple and a little, and that actually worked pretty good.
Yeah, I was playing it on VCC, and I had pushed the CPU up to, I think, 2.6 megahertz, and it was playing quite well.
That's about what the triple speed on those Gimme Z is, and Gimme X.
It's 2.86 on the Gimme Z and the Gimme X.
If you turn it all the way up to like 40 megahertz, then the game's unplayable.
I would hope so.
You barely have time to get a shot off before you get killed.
Yeah, three times speed is not too bad. It makes it pretty bearable.
I don't know. What else is there to say about it?
Get the guy with the green eyes first.
Yeah. And don't die.
And try to keep your language under control when you're playing.
Oops.
Oh, waffles.
What's the fun in that?
Yeah. You know, it's a really good game if there's lots of waffles and French toast coming out.
I thought I was at the International House of Pancakes when I was playing.
Who was the culprit?
Sloopy. Usually.
I declined a comment for it may incriminate me.
Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth.
Yes, that is.
He's allowed to.
It was the fifth. That was the problem.
Anyways, it's interesting. I mean, this is one of the times when somebody took an old. I think this was a type in back in the day, and
it was a TMD, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have been
Something
pre-typed
like
in for you on the cassette tape, but Rick
Or-
went and sped it up and optimized it. And
yeah. So
Made it something worth playing.
I haven't actually
Sure.
tried the original, and don't worry, I did not choose the original for this week. I thought about it, but I decided no. If we're going to do that, I should have chosen the original first.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. What else is there to say? Anybody else got any comments about it?
It's not the worst game we've played on the Game On Challenge. By far.
Ouch.
high praise.
Hey,
That's not much praise at all because I've really chosen some stinkers in the past.
I'll admit it.
Okay, so the other game that we played was Stars Kid.
Stars Kid.
Stars Kid.
Isn't that what it's called?
Yes, that's what.
our skid.
Stars
Always
Kid.
change your underwear before you play it,
Right.
Exactly.
or
And,
after you
that-
play it.
That, of course, is a Moon Patrol style game. The biggest difference between it and Moon Patrol is that you can't shoot forward, and you've just basically got things falling down, straight down on you. So, which are little meteors. And then when you get into the further up levels, then you start having missiles flying at you. So that gets a lot more difficult. So, but as a little bit of a different take on Moon Patrol, it's not too bad of a game.
But it was a prequel too, didn't there? Was it the same author did a sequel kind of based on the same engine but added to it later? I thought I saw somebody mention
Was
that
it
in there.
Desert Patrol he did, or
No, it was another one we haven't played yet, I don't think.
what was it?
Somebody put some screenshot of it. It looked like this is by Roger Smith, the same author, but done a little bit later and expanded on a bit, from what I understand. I haven't played either of them yet, so
Oh, okay.
it's part of your thing of, guilting me into updating my site.
Yep.
So
I'm
far, it's
trying.
not working.
Is it working? Oh.
Don't worry,
It-
I'll get you to
it is-
update that site someday.
It is a good game, though. I mean, it's very playable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's half decent.
The only issue that I was able to find with it was when you get to the point where you have the missiles. Sometimes you'll get a missile and a rock that come at a point where you're not
You
able
can't
to
jump over both of
them.
Yeah.
And you can't jump in between them, and you have no choice but to lose a life.
Crash and burn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found the game mechanics kind of weird because it's like, how come the missiles come straight down when you're moving along?
It's not a
You know,
missile,
it's
it's
like-
a meteorite.
It's a
They're meteorite. Well, then they're not guided. So if I'm moving forward, they should be.
Should be
If I'm
following the
moving
laws
to
of
the
gravity,
right,
and they're not.
Yes, they should be. as I move to the right, they should be tracking to the left.
No, it's because the meteor that they came in on came around the curve of the planet.
It's
and
sharing
so
an
they're actually
orbit.
coming
Yeah.
at a angle.
So they're coming at you, right? Okay,
Yeah.
got it. I'm moving toward
You're
them
on the
all.
moon. There's not really any gravity, so
There is
it
gravity.
just
it's
works
reduced.
differently. Yeah, there's a much lower amount of gravity. So, because you are the biggest center of gravity on the moon, everything is flying at you. There you go.
But there might be magnetic meteorites, and you've got some metal on your ship, so they're just naturally
Ah,
attracted.
they're attracted to you, right.
Suspend your disbelief.
Argor, don't worry about it. Some of the quality of the gameplay is really bad.
What you talking about?
And some of the quality of the games is really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Sometimes the quality of the games is bad. Sometimes just our gameplay is bad. And, yeah.
It's all in
Did you have some live gameplay footage for us to view?
Who, me?
Oh, one of you did. I didn't get a chance to even watch the show this time, so I haven't even seen what Starskid looks like in action.
It's this one, I think.
You know, there's a way to rectify that, Curtis.
Show up on Thursday nights.
And you're doing it right now. Thanks.
Join us Thursday nights. Join us on Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, in the Game On Challenge Live Discord channel.
You mean the one that's playing right now?
Yes. And then you'll be on that panel of illustrious gamers.
Not sure I would call us illustrious, but
Okay. Professional gamers.
I would say we barely
sliding.
qualify
It's
as
even
gamers.
more of a stretch.
Wannabe gamers. There we go.
Highly esteemed gamers.
President accounted for gamers.
Yeah. Present gamers. Attempted gamers.
While
There
we're
we
here
go.
and we're looking at it, see this comment on the chat in the Game On Challenge?
What? Hey, losers.
Hey, losers.
Yeah.
See,
Is that
he
sort of
was-
like, hey,
He was trying to
hosers?
call us. He was trying to call us hosers, but then decided to change it to losers at the last minute, but got
Right.
them mixed up.
Yeah.
He was going with that whole Starskid thing. We don't know. Sorry.
So,
So
They get
Starskid,
very-
has that got joystick controls or keyboard controls, just out of curiosity?
Joystick.
I don't know.
Joystick.
Play it and find out.
I was using joystick on both
Well, I'm
games.
trying to prep for it. That's why I'm trying to figure out what it uses. Because my joystick's busted right now, so
What? What do you do to break the joystick, Curtis?
I play games too well and they just don't hold up.
Oh,
You
that's
see
just
that
a
hole?
bunch. That's a Canadian. That's a Canadian lie there.
You see that? You see that hole in the wall there behind him?
Yeah.
Canadians.
That was the joystick.
This country had a curling fight this year.
Right after the hockey game broke out, yeah.
Yeah. After the Americans took the gold from them again.
Are you talking about the curling this morning where Canada beat the U.S. for the bronze?
No, we're talking about the couple of the officiation scandal a few days ago. There was actually a curling fight as opposed to a hockey fight involving Canadians.
Did they use the
Really much of a
brooms?
fight.
I think Germans were involved too.
But hey, our women won the gold, so.
Well, hey, our men just won the
Bronze.
gold against Great Britain like 30 seconds ago. So
Nice,
Yeah, but-
nicely done.
Yeah, but Canadians always cheat. So
Cheat.
Uh-huh.
But they're so
They never
polite.
fight.
not when it comes to not when
They
it comes
take
to
them
hockey.
curling brooms and just.
That's not when it comes to hockey. They always start fights.
I can't even sweep my kitchen, so don't talk to me about curling.
Well, hey, we managed to go 2 hours without talking about hockey.
Almost.
Hey, let's get back to the games here. Not the
Okay.
Olympic Games, the Coco Games.
So, as you can see, this is the Game On Challenge. We've got people playing Beware the KBB and people playing Stars Kid and...
Mark's doing something. I don't know what
somebody
he's
doing
playing.
a joystick tester.
Oh,
That's my joystick tester. Actually, it's Paul Piscarelli's, by the way. If anybody wants to grab it, I'll give you a link.
Sloopy, do you have anything else to say about the live Game On Challenge? We've already talked about when and where you can play, so...
Yeah, why weren't you there?
I was there. That's me in the corner.
I was too.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about everyone else.
Yeah, Curtis.
Still not getting guilted into updating my website. Though I will, hopefully, eventually. Yeah, it looks like you had a fair number of participation, actually better than I think recently. And
yeah, we had
maybe that's due to the quality of the game selected. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we had 5 players. Most of them played the Game On's challenges.
I want to see how many we can get on here without crashing it.
Actually, I think we got
Yeah,
more than
10.
5 here. At this point, we had 6, I believe.
7?
Yeah, looks like 6 in the bottom there. 6 active
7.
game screens.
So 7.
So 7 total.
Oh, so the highlighted one's not duplicated on the bottom?
No.
Right.
But yeah, we had evidently 7. I only remember like 5 or 6, so I was too busy playing.
Yeah, so I
At
think
least you
this is
showed
me. This is me that's highlighted here, and this is playing the game at the 2.68 megahertz. So
if you have a Gimme X or Gimme a Z, this is the speed you could be playing it on real hardware.
Oh,
Or
so
DCC.
And I did.
So you were cheating. Okay, I see how it is.
I also
Actually, I
see how
got my-
speeding up can be considered cheating.
I got my better score on when it was running slower. So
Is this a game in BASIC?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. It was a T&D type-in that's been updated by Retro Rick.
Yeah, it uses the same physics engine as pinball.
Yeah, we noted that.
Yeah.
For the math inhibited.
I wonder if it actually uses the fast skip routines too, the even byte ones there, because it kind of looks like it could if it isn't, and that would definitely help speed it up.
well, you could be asking that
that
to
was-
Retro Rick.
That was probably
you could
Retro
just-
Rick's update.
Yeah, it might have been actually.
You could also just look at the code.
Yeah, triple speed,
It's
it
all
actually
in-
works pretty smooth.
It's all in BASIC.
Yeah, still hitting things is very difficult.
Yeah, it's always the last one is just a pain.
Just like Space Invaders.
But
I
I'll
was having
always
problems.
always go for it when it's lower down on the screen. It's easier to time it right.
Yeah, I always had an issue with it because I was always like either left or right of it.
Yeah, same.
That sounds like a you problem.
Sounds like maybe. I didn't think of a good retort there.
You should have just said something in French. Hardly anybody would have understood you.
Yeah. Fa-fa-boo-ba-ba-doo-ba. See?
Don't say stuff like that about my mother.
Wasn't talking about your mother. I was talking about your sister.
Well, then your pronunciation is terrible.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. French is not even my 4th language.
Sorry, this is the game that's retiring this week, right?
Yep, this is the game that's retired.
Yeah.
And then we play the Moon Patrol-ish type game for the next week.
Yeah. Star Kid.
Yep.
Or Stars Kid.
Stars Kid.
And then I think we get another game selected today, don't we?
Yes, I could do that. I wish I had something prepared. I'm just gonna randomly choose something.
Just wing
and
it.
For those of you that watch the or are on the CoCoNation Game On Challenge live, here's the part where we go and listen.
We go
for
silent?
Ken
Is that what's
say-
happening?
I think, Ken, that was your cue.
Oh, my cue. Well, how about this game? If anybody knows what it is,
Oh, Arcadus. This one is by Computer Shack / Mitchtron.
yeah, okay.
It looks like a.
It's
it
a
looks
loose
like-
clone of an arcade hit. That helps you.
Is that a hot air balloon?
That is
Like
a hot air balloon.
Time pilot or time fighter type of
It is a clone.
It's a clone.
A loose
of,
clone of Time Pilot.
Yep.
Loose clone. It's like a skid.
So sort of like Star's Kid is a loose clone of Moon Patrol.
Exactly.
It's Time Skid.
It's loose, yeah.
And if any of you has played this before, you'll
Furry.
recognize that it actually reads the thing out with digitized voice at the beginning. Fury by Computer Shack.
Yep, it does.
Player 1, your shot. Yeah.
It's interesting because I was actually reading this guy's website that talks about these games, and apparently they claim to be the first one to use a synthesized voice in the game, but
There's a bit of an argument on that between a couple of companies.
but Sailor Man actually beat it by a couple months. But then I was thinking, technically, wouldn't Dino Wars be the first one to do it?
Well, yeah, it doesn't really do voice, but skiing did.
Well, it wasn't human voices,
it-
but they were dinosaur voices.
But is her voice not the one that makes the dinosaur roar?
Yeah, it was Robert
isn't
Kilgus's
that
wife.
not a human voice doing the roar? So that's a voice.
But if you remember in
It's a
skiing, it goes
voice.
get ready, get
Yep.
set. And that came out in 81, 2 years before Fury, 3 years before Sailor Man. So
And was which came out first, skiing or Dino Wars?
they were written roughly around the same time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one got
'Cause-
released first because Radio Shack catalogs only give you like a year or 6 months. Fine.
Weren't they
resolution.
part of his thing of launch titles?
No, because the original launch titles in 80, the original announced ones did not include either of those. So that came out in the 81 catalog or something, I think. But they came out the same catalog. Now, did they hit the shelves at the same time or a couple months difference? You have to go through the flyers and see if they mentioned it, but I don't know.
But I would definitely count Dino Wars as one that actually had like voice audio.
Yeah, and skiing for sure did. It says get
Skiing
ready, get
for sure
set.
did, but also I would count the roaring as that after listening to the
Yeah, and then whimpering when it
stories about
walks off in the distance, which is
Hey, Ken?
Yep.
60 asks, have we already played this? The name looks familiar, but I don't know if we played it.
We played the other one.
Oh, looks similar.
It looks
Yeah.
like a good game. 6.
What's the other Time Pilot one? Because we played it not too long ago.
yeah. There's a couple Time Pilot style games. The other one's by Mark Lustig. What the heck was it called?
Yeah.
Blanking out at the moment.
I mean,
This
if we
one's
did-
closer to the arcade, I think, with the the bigger bonus ships and stuff.
If we did play Fury before, I forgot to put it on my list because I don't have it listed on there. It's not on my master
Time
game
Patrol.
list.
That's the name of the one by Mark Lustig Computerware.
Yeah.
I think something like that.
So, I mean, we have played the Time Pilot clones before, but I think this is the first time we played this one.
And while it's not the first digitized speech, it might have been the first third-party digitized speech in the game. Maybe that might be
Yeah.
a claim it can make, or pretty close to it. But Radio Shack definitely beat them with Dino Wars. Some people might contest, even though it was created by human, it's meant to sound like an animal. But skiing definitely had speech, and so did Android Attack by Spectral actually in '82. So actually, that would be before this too. So no, it's not.
And let's give them extra credit for speech in a ROM pack.
Yeah.
Because you had like 12 bytes for the whole program in a ROM pack.
Yeah, no. Robert Kilgus, when we did the interview with him, Ken and I, there, he went into the detail of how he had to do each phonetical part as a separate digitization and mix them together to get it to say enough words to fit on an 8K.
And how he actually left out some of the stuff that took more space and listening to it, your brain just fills it in automatically, even though it's not there.
Oh, so like people in Philadelphia say button without the T, and you still hear button, even though they didn't say button.
Yeah, Shenley says
Okay.
that we have not played Fury, and he's the official game archivist for the
Okay,
for
sweet.
the Game On Challenge.
Yeah, and he mentions Time Patrol was done in September 6th of last year. That's the recent one Ken's remembering. That's the one by Mark Lustig.
Yeah.
And 8 Bits in the Basement. Yes, we had a the Game On Challenge Live Matinee Edition just for the people in the European continent. And
Nobody showed up.
Interesting thing enough, all the people that showed up to play were from the U.S.
and Canada.
Hey!
Nice.
North America. They're all from North America.
No, don't you be lobbing me in with the U.S.
You didn't show up.
Yes, I did a few times.
Yeah, a few times. You didn't show up regularly. I'm saying regularly it was all U.S. people.
Yeah, but I actually had a job back then, so I...
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Middle of the afternoon wasn't always the easiest for me to do.
So
Well,
were
it wouldn't
these
have been, middle of the afternoon for you? It would have been, noon? 11 a.m.?
That's the middle of the afternoon. Back then, I was starting work at 4:30 in the morning, so...
right. Lunch was about
noon
10.
is noon is the middle of the afternoon.
Middle of the afternoon is between, 1 and 2.
No, that's coffee break.
That's for people who wake up at 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, for those who want to play on real hardware, Fury by Computer Shack takes 32K of RAM and requires joysticks. Best played with artifact colors.
Yes.
8 Bits in the Basement, that was a little over, a year and a half ago.
No, that was way more than a year and a half ago.
Yeah, it was not this past summer, but the summer before, I think it was.
No, longer than that.
Oh, yeah, because how long have we been doing this? 4 years now? Yeah, 4 years. So
Yeah, at least. I've been doing this longer than 4
about
years.
3 years ago that it happened.
I figure 52 possible shows per year. What episode are you on?
221. You just
yes,
did
you're well into you're in the fourth year already, at least.
Over 4th year. Over 4 years.
Over 4, yeah. Sorry, in the fifth year,
yeah.
I should say.
Yeah.
Oh, good
Yeah,
Lord.
so we've been
That's
doing
a
this
long
for 5
time.
years. I think it was the second year that we started doing that.
Yeah.
When we actually
this-
had,
Nick was
motivation to
hosting
do
it.
stuff.
Yeah, and Nick was hosting it back then, wasn't he? Nick Marotta?
No, I took over for Nick way long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He took over for Nick 4 years ago.
Me?
Because when Nick originally was leaving,
By the way, Nick, come back and play some games.
Yeah. When he was
Who's Nick?
originally leaving, I said if no one else wanted to do the Game On Challenge, that I would do it. And Curtis said he would ask Ken. And I said if Ken wants to do that, then because we had been talking about doing a live version of the Game On. I said if Ken does the main show, then I'll do the live. And that's when Ken said, yeah, he'll do the Game On Challenge. And I said, I'll do the Game On Challenge live stream. So that
Little
was
did I know
around
what
the
I was getting myself into.
Yeah, that was around the
Well,
time.
we thank you for being here.
Yeah, so
But
I
the
know
chat
that,
asks.
yeah, I know. I think it was only maybe it was less than a month between the time Ken started and we started the Game On Challenge live. So with the Game On Challenge live being 4 years, Ken's been doing it a little bit more than 4 years, maybe not even a month, if I remember correctly. But then I've got factory installed MT RAM, so.
All right, so your two games for next week are Star Skid. On Star Skid. and Fury by Computer Shack.
Can I load up my Fury for my ColecoVision and play it?
I can't remember. That's basically arcade game Fury, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Different game.
All right. Yeah, definitely. If you can join in, you can play with the emulator. You can play even the emulator online in your browser. If most of the games are available on the Color Computer Archive with the Play Now button, you'll see at the right if you search for that particular game. Doesn't work with all of them, but works with a good chunk of them. And of course, if you have actual hardware with capture devices or aiming a phone at it, that's great. If not, the standard emulators, XROAR, MAME, and VCC should be able to play most of the games as well.
I recommend XROAR. Good emulator.
It's a very good emulator.
I believe that's a default one with the web play off of the Color Computer Archive. They'll take you to the XROAR online emulator.
Okay, so do you want me to go straight on Game On News? There's not a ton, but there's a few things in there.
Okay.
Nap time.
Sure.
Good night.
The right
Good
mouse
night,
here.
everybody.
He's got to finish
Taking
eating
a nap.
or lunch first. But,
Right. Night.
All right.
I think Nick made that one, didn't he?
I did ages ago.
Yeah, it's still in the rotation.
There's a 5-year-old commercial.
Still applicable.
Right?
Yeah.
We aren't getting any better, so.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so first off, we've actually played Quarks, which is a game designed by the 8-bit guy based on the arcade game Columns. So it was published for the C64 and I think the PET or maybe C120 or something. And then Paul Shoemaker did a conversion of it to the Coco 3 and the Coco 1 and 2 and the Dragon. And basically because the 8-bit guy gives you kind of a loose license for doing it, he decided to reskin it for something that he preferred. So Paul's got the game actually up on his itch.io site, and it's called Oodles. And you can see the color palette and some of the drawing of the actual characters. He doesn't have that shifting background, so it's a lot easier to keep track of the pieces as you're playing.
This is
which was a bit of a complaint with the original, because I mean, it's meant to be distracting. Sorry, what was that?
This is a lot better.
Yeah, no, I like the visual look of this. He's even got some Coco 3 palette things because he likes using that. I think he also changed it to the 128 by 96 for color mode, which he likes using because then he can directly translate the graphics to MC10. I don't know if that means he's planning an MC10 version of this, but it definitely could be done. And then along with that, he's released a YouTube video, which I've actually put up here. So if people want to take a boo at what the actual game is like.
Play that beautiful footage.
Notice it's recorded in Extra.
Thank you, Kieran.
And digitized speech. There we go.
Obviously not the first
some
one.
side scrolling there, but it definitely plays a bit smoother because he's not worried about the background animations, as you can see here. The frame rate's a lot quicker.
It looks a lot better. The colors are well done. Yeah.
I'm buying that.
But it's much better.
Yep. I have to agree. I mean, I'm not slamming the 8-bit guy's version of the game. He wanted those backgrounds because that's kind of a distraction to the player in some ways to make the game more difficult.
This is much better.
Well, sometimes we need just an easy game.
Yeah.
Right. Except when that happens.
And you notice the game over on the original Quarks version, it would just destroy each level and fall them down. Now it destroys each type of piece separately. So the game over part sequence is a little bit different as well. But I do like the little touches here, like he's got a brick wall under these posters that just kind of get exposed.
Yeah,
tears, etc.
Much better.
Yeah. So that was kind of cool that he announced that because I wasn't expecting that, especially this quickly after the original release of Quarks on the various platforms. But then he also started talking on the Discord about his next game project and he already put a video out showing that. So for those who did not catch that on a Discord itself here, he's actually working on porting Beam Rider by Activision, which is really for the Atari 8-bit machines. And this video here, I can't remember if I think this is the Coco version just getting started. So it's basically just animation title screen, but I don't know how many of you here played Beam Rider on the Atari 8-bit machines, but give you some details of the copyright. So the original game came out in 83, 84 with the original author's name. And of course he did it for Activision back in the day, and he's working on the Coco version. No sound or anything yet, but nice little 3D effect as you're flying through. So looking forward to that one. So he's been just cranking out the games here. Nick, you're going to have to start catching up here.
Yeah, I know. He's surpassed me, hasn't he? And these are free, aren't they?
Yeah. So far, he's made all of his releases free. I mean, you get the option on the Quarks one if you want to get it on a hardware cart. Obviously, you pay for that. And if you want the 8-bit guy's autograph on it, there's a little bit extra for that.
No,
But, yeah, generally, most of his games have been free.
You should charge. This is something that's worth charging.
Yeah, we've talked to him about that before. Actually, he's just a nice guy, and he doesn't bother doing that. So
Doesn't need it, doesn't want it.
I mean, that's kind of like, Nitrous 9 EOU. Like we did charge for it back in the 90s, but after it got released, we've just made it free ever since and have no plan on ever going back and charging for it. So
yeah,
I guess
but it doesn't help.
We're just communists, unlike Nick.
It doesn't help grow the game development environment. Why would someone want to spend the next 6 months of their lives doing a game for nothing? If people thought, oh, look, there's a buck to be made, I'll write for the Coco, but that doesn't grow a.
Well, I guess the one thing there is that Paul Shoemaker, his games are more of the casual gaming variety, like the Ghost Rushes.
That's fine. This is still still a good.
Because those are all free on phones too. I mean, they're free everywhere. You don't make money on those, but like the full blown games like you and a few others do. I think those ones are worth the price of paying for it because it's a lot more sophisticated of a game. That's my personal view anyway. But yeah, I kind of understand. I mean, if everybody's doing it for free, then nobody will ever make money on it. Maybe that'll keep some developers that don't want to make a huge profit but want to make a little bit of money for their efforts.
Why do I waste 6 months for nothing? I could be doing it for a writing for a Commodore 64 or something else,
Yeah, and if the 6 months is a problem, Nick, you can just speed up and crank one out a month or something. I'm just kidding.
I used to be able to do that.
Right? Exactly.
It's called getting old.
I recommend people avoid whatsoever having anything to do with that.
Yes. Avoid getting old at all costs.
Yeah. Actually, there's a good point here from Exile in Paradise. He said charging for remakes of copyrighted things, and his versions of Ghost Rush stuff are based on casual games that are on Android and iOS stores. This obviously is based on the Atari one. Is that it prevents you from getting unwanted attention? Because if you start charging for it, then the Nintendos and Disneys of the world will come after you pretty darn quick, as was discovered in the Commodore 64 version of Mario Brothers, or was it Mario World? There's one of them anyway. Came out and they immediately got nailed. So there's a bit of that too. And he said also Nick is writing his own ideas to different categories. He's doing original or mostly original stuff.
Right.
It might be loosely based, like Jumpin' Joey's loosely based on Frogger, but he added a bunch of his own elements to it, not just graphical, but a whole third level that's not even on the original arcade game. So,
just I think Paul could do.
I'm sure he could sell some of them, yeah.
But he could also try his own game ideas too.
Yeah, true.
Right, but he's never come up with geriatric, so
he's not old enough to come up with geriatric.
Right, that's it. Yeah,
that's up to us. Okay, next up we've got CRPG, which is the a website that basically goes through RPG games for all platforms. And the one he did this last little while here, episode 568, or blog number 568, I guess, is called Les Six Lis. And I'm probably butchering that. If Frederic's still on, I think this is French. Do you have any idea how to pronounce that?
Yes, it's the six fleur de lis, right? It's the one that you see.
The New Orleans. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So anyway, this is a 1984 game, and it came out on the Alice. Now, for those of you that know the history of the Alice and the MC-10, the original Alice is basically a rebranded MC-10, the exact same hardware, except it had a, not PAL, what the heck is it from France? CCAM? CCAM output, but basically it was the same hardware as an MC-10 in a red case. Then they came out with sequels that we never saw in North America, the Alice 32K and the Alice 90, and that's what this one's for. So it's not quite an MC-10 game for what we're used to, but if any of you have any of the AL stuff and went on to the further ones where they replaced the VDG and the CPU and kind of expanded it kind of greatly in its hardware capabilities. This is meant for the 32 and the 90. And it's got some pretty decent graphics. Here's the actual cover art for the tape. And of course, you're showing you the different Alice's in their original carrying cases, also all branded red. Their cassette was red. Everything was red. That was kind of the branding thing here. But you can already see it's got like 40 column text and it's got full color graphics. And this is quite beyond what an MC10 itself could do, or the original Alice for that matter. But since it's kind of along the lineage of Alice, it's kind of like if they went to a Coco 3 for the MC10 or something like that. I thought it'd be worthwhile including it here. And I think it was Exile Paradise actually who sent me the link to this one. But yeah, as usual, he goes through his great detail, lots of screenshots, a bit of the maps here, how the gameplay works, etc. Some other stuff that's kind of loosely based on it. But it looks like a pretty interesting little game there, and it'd be interesting to see maybe Frederic actually understands French if he gave it a try in an emulator and just see what the game's like.
Yeah, should try.
No pressure. Next up, I'm not sure who this is. Obviously, he's got a pretty decent Coco 3 system. You can see he has a multi-pack here, and it's loaded to the hilt here with 4 carts in it. Including disk drive, and he's got cassette and dual floppies, 2 sets of dual floppies, 1 vertical, 1 horizontal, several cassettes.
I like his walkie-talkie, the Radio Shack walkie-talkie.
Yeah, you noticed that too. Eh?
There you go.
He's also got multiple carts that aren't even in the multi-pack because he ran out of slots. He's even got a direct modem connect there, 2 of them, the old style and one of the newer ones. He's got the CCR81 and the CTR, 41 cassette decks. He's got both of those. I might be getting the numbers wrong off the top of my head here, but
maybe
decided
I should adapt my 12 slot backplane as an MPI.
It could work.
You could plug in MPIs and MPS, stack them across like a TI-99 system, and David Ladd would, be amazingly happy. So he took a 5-minute video, basically almost 6 minutes of playing Defender, the Glenn Hewlett transcode from the original Williams arcade code. And I'm sure most of us have seen this already here, but it goes through the loading screen. It requires 512K, by the way, but it actually does all the sound graphics. Sorry?
You can tell the photo's fake. That CM8's got a door. That's not possible.
Oh, good.
AI,
yes,
it's all AI.
Yes, my CM8 has a door.
Not anymore.
I can prove it.
Nope, I don't know if the sound's coming through here. I guess you have the sound?
Yes.
Okay. I'm still amazed at how good these transcodes are, though. I mean,
how did he get the sound and everything at once?
Well, I'm trying to remember, and Nick, you might remember.
I think the original also had a little blitter in the in the Defender game. There was a blitter.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know Glenn kind of blogged all this stuff back in the day, but yeah, I can't remember. I know Glenn kind of blogged all this stuff back in the day, but yeah, I can't remember. I know Glenn kind of blogged all
someone needs to cut
that was me. I went to click on the chat window and I clicked on the middle of the window, active window, and it started playing again. So I had to pause.
Cool.
I thought I was in the Matrix.
Yeah, right? Deja vu.
All over again. Yeah.
But yeah, it's an awesome version of the game. It's even got a setup program, so you can change the number of players you have. It's a default, the difficulty levels, and everything else too. So it's good stuff. I love the transcodes. They're excellent, and something I think pretty unique to the Coco in the world of 8-bit systems. I mean, the Amiga and the Atari ST can obviously do pretty decent complete arcade versions that are identical to the arcade, but how many other 8-bit machines can claim that?
All right, 6502 ain't gonna do this.
No. Well, at 10 megahertz maybe.
Yeah, maybe the one in the Apple II GS if it wasn't crippled in speed.
Well, they would have to run fast enough to emulate a 6809 because a lot of the registers and stuff that
the stack blasting with 2 stacks and
just don't exist. Yeah, you don't have a stack to blast.
I'm trying to remember, Mark Overhills, or you could tell me here, the 2GS, I think, runs at 2.8 megahertz or 3 something, and it's actually capable of running like 14.
Yeah, well, there's newer 65816s are available up to 16 megahertz. There are a lot of speed-ups cards for the Apple IIs.
But I'm trying to remember, like the 2GS, the original 65 816 or whatever it's called. I think that was capable of going faster than they ran it too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
But
And
it also
capable of
has
16
more
megs,
memory.
but it's limited to 8. And it's 2.86, I think, is the maximum frequency. But the 65-816 also does have a dual stack. And so you should be able to do stack blasting.
Okay. So you could
simulate the UNS stack blasting. Then.
Yeah, do this code a lot easier since you have the second stack. Yeah. Nice.
But are you talking about the Western Design Center version of the chip?
Yep.
You can
Yep,
go
that
like
one.
14 megahertz if you wanted to.
Though they're officially 14 megahertz, and some people overclock them. They can get 16 to 18.
Okay.
Well, just like the 6 through 9, it's officially 3 megahertz, but you can overclock it to 4 or 5 pretty easily.
Well, I've done it to 4, so I know that works. Well, you've told me it could go up to 5, so I guess I'll have to try that.
Yeah, then you have a really fast single computer. You can emulate the Coco on that sucker.
So what does this guy think of the game?
He just plays. He doesn't discuss it or anything else.
Oh, he doesn't talk about it.
He just does it. Okay.
But I've never seen his name show up in our searches before, and he's got such a good Coco system. If he manages to see this, please let us know what your real name is, or at least who we'd find you on Discord if you're on there, or if you're not, join Discord and maybe you can come on the show, because obviously you've got a pretty good interest in the Coco to have 4 floppy drives, dual cassettes, dual 300 baud modems, multi-pack, 2 extra carts, and that didn't fit in the multi-pack, and
old candy floppy cases,
a CM8 with a door. I mean, that makes you like prime real estate in our community. So he definitely deserved to be highlighted, because that A, it's an excellent game, and 2, look at his system. That's probably better than most of us have in real hardware.
And he does have one proof that he's period correct. Notice the broken off piece from the Tandy floppy drive case. Those always broke off under the door, the latch.
Yeah, but his CM8 door's intact. Like, how did he do that?
He kept it in a box and he just put it on for this video.
Clear tape.
Except that we got a couple releases from Jim Gary for the MC10. He's actually been a little bit quiet recently, but he's coming back. So the first one he did is called Checkers, originally written by John Collins in 1979 for Bally Basic. And I think this is the Bally Astrocade. I think it had a cartridge for Basic, so you could actually program for it. And it's based on a lot of the hardware they used back in the day on some of their arcade games, because of course Bally makes, pinball machines. They made video games in the late 70s, early 80s. They make gambling machines for Vegas, all kinds of stuff. So this was originally written for a Bally Basic with 4K of RAM. So this program, this Checkers game, runs in 4K of RAM. You don't even need the memory expansion. You can have the absolute bare bones MZ10, and this will run fine. And it's using semi-graphics, of course, and it's basically using the, moving it around with a keyboard type thing. You punch in the coordinates of what piece you want to move. But the whole thing fits in 4K, program and variables, etc. And it actually looks pretty good. I like the way he presented it here, so I'll play a little bit of it. Just a little bit of the listing. But you can see here, like it does from in like a semi-graphics thing, and next for the column, you hit the row, then it puts the 2, and you do that, and it actually moves your checkers around. And of course, since black is the background color of all the semi-graphics, he chose a cyan color for the black equivalent pieces. Or red, or whatever you want to use, depending, I guess, what checkerboard you have. But yeah, it seems to play fairly well. But fitting it in 4K is a kind of a feat in and of itself. And then, now we've got an MC10 version that actually does pretty well too.
So what's the Astrocade? The one that didn't really have graphics, but it had like card tiles and...
I'm trying to remember. Oh, I remember what the Bally Astrocade is. It had the best version of Wizard of War available on a home console at the time. Like better than 2600, better than Intellivision, better than the ColecoVision.
I seem to recall it didn't really have graphics. It had tiles. And
yeah, if they were pretty high res, because the Wizard of War actually looks pretty good. It's like 4 or 5 colors on the screen with a black background, which I know Nick would like. I'm trying to remember what the hardware is. It Z80, I think. Can't remember now. Somebody will look it up while we're having the show here. And then the second one he did, which was just released this morning, actually, is called Nellen is Thirsty, which is one of the oddest names of a video game I've ever heard.
They wanted to use the same technology.
Oh, sorry.
Your turn. I did that earlier. So this originally was written by Dr. Furman H. Smith in 1980, and it appeared in the July/August 1980 issue of Recreational Computing Magazine, which is one I don't remember. So I don't know if that was a North American publication or maybe a European one. I don't know if anybody knows anything about that. So fairly early on. I mean, this would have been released in the same magazine issue of the same cover date as the Coco 1's announcement. So that shows you how old this is. This predates the MC10 by several years. So as usual, it shows a little bit of the listing here. At first glance, it kind of looks like just a straight standard, text adventure game. But it does incorporate some graphic stuff in it as well. So you can see like kind of this here. You've got a little bit of a map. And I don't know if the original game had that too, or if it was represented by text characters itself. But it does look like a fairly interesting take on a adventure game with a little bit of graphics thrown into some little highlighting bits. So I haven't had a chance to play it. So hopefully somebody will and can kind of give us a review next week. I'd be kind of interested. It looks like a bit more interesting than a standard text adventure game to me. And that's it for the game news this week. So a couple of unexpected things, including...
All right, then let's go ahead and start the intro for the other one.
Oh, is there more? No, I'm just kidding.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so before I get into the first story, just kind of catching up on the chat here. Benevolent Chum says he's translated that game from the Alice to English and on a regular MC10. So there's an English version of that game if you want to try it. Also, there's talking about the Imagination Machine, which Exile Paradise mentions ran a VDG with the tile mode.
Yeah,
And
not the Astrocade, the Imagination Machine. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah. And the Imagination Machine actually had a 6800 in it as a CPU, but the Bally Astrocade was a bit later than the Imagination Machine. That was like 76 or 77, I think. Like predated the 2600, didn't it? Sorry, someone was talking about it? No, okay. But yeah, that was, I think it was actually the real first home console besides Pong games, etc. Because it predated the Atari 2600, if that's the one I'm remembering. It had pretty low res graphics, but it did use a VDG. But yeah, the Astrocade was a bit more of a competitor to like the Intellivision, etc. It didn't really take off because they didn't have a ton of really good, top tier titles and not a lot of official arcade ones. But their version of Wizard of War, which is actually called the Wizard, I think, was actually one of the best. It was really, really good. Back to the news, though. So first off, we got John Whitworth posted a rendition of a prototype board that he's making for the new version of the Super Sprite FM Plus board. So for those of you who have been watching our show for a while and you may actually own one of these, the Super Sprite FM Plus board basically takes MSX hardware and you can put it into a Dragon or a Coco as a card. Or is it? No, maybe it's a satellite board. I can't remember. But basically you get like a sound chip, and you get a sprite chip, and you get 16 color graphics modes, etc. What is different on this new version he's working on, and you'll probably see it in the title of on the silk screen on the little rendition here, HDMI output. So just like the earlier one that Willam Athing was talking about, we've actually got a HDMI version of the Super Sprite FM Plus boards. You can just plug it into your regular, modern TV set instead of having to, try to find a specific monitor or an adapter or something. So I think that'll be pretty awesome. So anyway, he's got the prototype boards ready to be made, he thinks. They'll hopefully be getting those fairly soon, start putting some chips and stuff on there. And then we might have another solution to not only give you HDMI output, but also to add in the sound chip, which I think is an AY8913 or something like that. And then, hardware sprites and stuff. And of course, we've got a whole bunch of the AGD games originally done for the Spectrum that support this. There's, I think, 40 or 50 games that support the original hardware. And since this is basically just changing the output video, so you can just hook your Dragon or Coco up to a TV, you should be able to play all those games right off the bat with background sound, with hardware sprites on a Coco 1 and 2 or Dragon 3264. So kind of excited about this one. This has some pretty good potential. And HDMI is definitely much more common than, say, VGA or something these days. Next about that, we had an update from Brett Gordon. We kind of covered, he's been doing this little GUI for the Coco 1 and 2 now for a few months. And he's got it working with YA-DOS and HDB-DOS. And basically, it's a little GUI, kind of like G Shell, where you can open folders and you can switch between drives and stuff. And he has some little utilities, etc., that you can run as well. So what he's added here, and unfortunately he didn't make a video of it, but we have a little screenshot he's kind of highlighted here. So the way YA-DOS and HDB-DOS or RGB-DOS before that worked is that you would have a hard drive hooked up to a Coco, but it would make 256 virtual floppy drives. I think 156K, maybe 180K. I can't remember what the maximum size was. And then you type like drive 200 and you could access that particular one. So he's going to have a little drop down. You can see the arrows here. You can either just punch the down arrow or the up arrow to go cycling through the numbers from 0 to 55, or you can click onto it just like a modern OS, right on the number, just type in the number to instantly jump. So you don't have to use the little drop down arrows. So he's incorporating some more modern UI elements into this interface for like a Coco 1 or 2 level machine, which, as you can see here, is running basically in pmode 4, the green, so you don't get much less artifacting. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Brett's been giving some updates in the Coco Discord, and definitely looking forward because he's done a whole bunch of things. He's got the little scroll bar here if you want to go to the next page of icons and stuff, if you have a fairly full disk. It has little icons depending what type of a file it is, as much as you can recognize in disk extended basic, because there's not a ton of them, but it will recognize like a basic program versus an ML program versus a executable, etc. So glad to see he's still working on it, and he's been doing some really cool stuff here, and it's pretty amazing, I guess, to see a Coco 1 and 2 level machine running this kind of stuff. It's basically like CocoMax for the desktop. Next after that, we got some compiler updates, and there's actually from multiple compilers. So the first one, Gun Hue, that we just talked about earlier, doing all the transcodes from the Willam's arcade machines, has been adding more features to his basic to 6809 compiler, which is the basic compiler that is heavily optimized specifically for the Coco. The one we'll be covering just after this is a generic one that actually covers multiple 8-bit platforms, but that means it can't quite optimize as detailed for a specific platform like this does. And he covers the Coco 1 and 2, the Coco 3. I think the Dragons are covered now, the 32 and the 64. And he's been adding specialized math libraries for doing like doubles and stuff that aren't supported even under OS 9 unless you're using the C compiler or something. And he's got source code and stuff. He's been doing a lot of updates here. He's actually been adding all the semi-graphics modes, the higher graphics, semi-graphics modes now. So if you want to do a game like Protectors 2 or something, you can now do that with the compiler. It's quite fast. It's faster than the Micro Games Basic, but it's only targeted for the Coco and Coco Cousin platforms. So basically, this latest version he's done 2. So with 5.1, he fixed a bug in the case code where it would crash if one of the cases did a go to or return. Fixed a bug that was messing up the stack during string comparisons. Else if now produces proper code that will compile. That's pretty good to have. It was completely broken previously. I like the fact he admits when those kind of things happen, because I've done that with Nitrous 9. I had the ability to have multiple variables assigned in the dim XX as line, such as dim ABC as unsigned byte, for example. Now supports constants with the word const followed by a word and what it will equal as. So you can do constant pi equals 3.1415926, for example. Then you can do stuff like constant first equals 10 plus pi. So you can actually define constants based on previous constants in mathematical formulas, etc. Fixed a bug with a double multiply where it would treat -0 as a value instead of returning with 0. Fixed a bug with multi-dimensional arrays causing stack corruption and incorrect data. Tweak the tokenizer so it can properly handle a variable like sign2 on a print statement such as print sign2 equals sign2. This would previously lock up the compile stage. And then he did some quick updates in 5.11, because once 5.1, of course, some bugs were found. So he fixed a major bug with comparisons of types that are not floating point, where the less than and great than were reversed. Oops. Previously, you can only trust equals or not equal to. Now all types are properly compared. Fixed a specific bug with reading data into an array when it is exactly 256 elements as 8-bit values. I actually hit that when I did unzip way back in the day too. Same thing. And basically, I'm showing his GitHub page, so you can actually go on here and download the latest versions of it. Now, this does not run natively on a Coco. It generates code for the Coco or the Dragon. So basically, you run on a modern machine. and you run it through the compiler, and you have this nice, you can use whatever editor you want, Notepad++ or whatever it happens to be, and then run it on a modern Windows machine to do the compiling, and it produces really, really good machine language code to do so. And has support for 512K RAM on a Coco 3 and interrupt driven, sound, background sound, etc. It's got a ton of stuff in it. And he's got a manual online if you want to kind of catch up on that. He's actually kept it updated. So it's at 5.11, which is the current version of the compiler. So he always keeps it up. I'm terrible at doing that kind of stuff. So I'm still not done the manuals for Nitrous 9 at this point. We at least got a couple chunks done.
Does it support 6309?
I think he does have some support. I'm not sure if it's full. I don't think he's rewritten all the libraries to take it full advantage. I think if I remember, he had tested or he has gotten implemented the native mode, for example, if you want that extra speed boost. Best to ask Glenn that in the, he's got a channel dedicated on the Coco Discord specifically to this compiler. So just look for basic to 6809 as the channel name. And then speaking of the other compiler, which is Microgames Basic, one of Erico's favorites, they've been doing some updates and stuff lately too. So they've been adding in support for the higher semi-graphics modes as well, same as Glenn's been doing. They've been doing a bunch of fixes and stuff here. Now, because this is a compiler dedicated to multiple 8-bit machines, some of the fixes will be for other machines. Like in here, here's one for the VIC-2. Added some error messaging so you can actually tell when something goes wrong a bit more concisely. Fix the console on the 6847, which is the VDG chip in the Coco and the MC10. So there's one that does affect us. And this is currently looking here at the main branch. So this is the clean branch that you probably want to do your development on, unless you want to do bleeding edge. If you go to the beta branch, there's some other changes in there too. So added support for the SG4 mode under the 6847, which is a standard 64 by 32 set reset graphics we're used to on the Coco. Some other stuff like the MO5 and the Thompson 8, those are 6809 based systems from France. Corrected optimization of the line variable for 6809, so that once again covers the Coco. So there's just multiple stuff happening here, and it's pretty decent. It's a pretty decent compiler for speed. But if you want to make a game that you want to sell or give away for multiple 8-bit machines with decent speed, getting closer to ML or at least the equivalent of C or something like that, but using basic syntax, this is a really good compiler to use. Erico's used it for multiple projects that he's done on the Coco. And it makes it that much easier for you to port it to something else, like say an Atari 8-bit, like a 400 or 800 or an Apple II or, a variety of other machines, including some of the ones from Europe. If you've never programmed for those before, there's emulators for most of these. You can actually give them a try. And some of them are kind of kissing cousins of the Coco, like the Thompson ones here actually have 6809s in them. So that's a plus too. And the other thing they've done here is they've changed the base web page address for Microgames Basic. That was an update just announced this past week, and they've got a new version of the manual up here too, which you can see here. I'm showing on the screen in case you're listening on the audio. You probably want to go check the show notes, which of course you can find in the news channel within the Coco Discord. We put them up, and if you are on the Coco mailing list, Exile in Paradise posts those usually on Sunday mornings, so you'll have them, basically the day after today, with links to everything that we cover on the show. And so basically, this is where you can go download the latest version of the manual. They also keep the manual up to date, unlike me. But you can see a list, like here's all the different computers that it supports in UG Basic. There's a ton here. Amstrads, Ataris, Commodores, a variety of Commodores, ranging from pluses to 64s to VIC-20s, etc. Dragon 3264, both 6809 or 6803 and 6309 are supported if you want to do the MC10 stuff. The Cocos, of course, 1, 2, and 3 supports the Gimme as well. Both 6809 and 6309 are there as well. Olivetti, Pipe, PCM, IBM, compatible with CGA, Thomson, MOS, Sinclair ZX Spectrums, MSX, the first generation MSX, ColecoVisions, Game Boy, Sega S3000, SG1000. So there's a ton of platforms you can target. I also like the fact that one of the sample shots here is actually one of Erico's games that he's for the Coco.
So this is really interesting. The Commodore 128, they support both the 8502 and the Z80, which are the two different processors in there.
There's two different video chips in there too, isn't there? An 80 column chip and a...
So you can write your game two different ways for the Commodore 128. I just think that's fair.
The Commodore 128 was an interesting machine. It did not sell for crap. but it had dual CPUs, and that was meant to be so you could do business stuff with CPM or whatever.
It had 3.
Right.
And then it also had 2 video chips, and the chips are independent. So if you plugged a monitor to each one, you have completely different independent displays. Like we have multiple outputs in the Coco, RF, composite, RGB, for example, in the Coco 3.
But these
but
are
they're
just
displaying the exact same image. Now, the colors will be a bit different between composite,
Right.
RF, and RGB. But these were independent. There's actually been a few games written where you like your main gameplay screen's on one monitor with like more color but lower res, and your command list and your help screens and stuff are on the second monitor with 80 columns text type thing.
and the 2 CPUs are presumably doing different things to the 2 displays.
Well, one CPU can access both screens, or I think they can actually, have their own screen too. So it's almost like having true multitasking with, 2 computers under the hood type thing.
Computers.
One of the 8-bit guys games does that. It uses both of the displays. I think it's Petsky Robots for Commodore.
Yeah, the map, if I remember, he puts on the second one. But yeah, there's been a few games. There was another one that was an award-winning one with some weird effects. I'm trying to remember which YouTuber did it, but there's been a few games that use the dual screen. It's a really cool idea. I mean, we had the capability kind of doing that because we did have like the 80 column cards from was it PBJ or something that did that. Even Radio Shack sold the one. Which one?
WordPack?
Yeah. WordPack or WordPack 2. I mean, you had your separate 80 by 24, and there was a few of those around.
I was noticing that in the description here, it says Coco supports 6803 and 60.
Yeah, that's an error. It should be 6809. Unless he's talking the MC10 emulation in the Coco, like I don't.
I think you got a little bit confused there. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dragon and the Coco both have the same.
Yeah, the Dragon's
type of-
never had a 6803 equivalent.
The MC10 does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you notice the MC10's not listed as one of the ones it's compatible with. So
Yeah, the only thing that he doesn't cover is the 6803.
yeah, I think it was just a mistyping. I mean,
Yeah.
he's from Italy. I mean, English is not his native language. That's Marco Spedaletti. But it's a really good compiler. He's very active in the Coco Discord. He answers questions. He, fixes bugs as quick as he can. He usually, if he's just released a fairly major update and some bugs are found, he'll be fixing them like within 2 days. Like you'll see updates
Right.
twice or 3 times a week.
Awesome
So if you want
project.
good support, awesome. And same with Glenn Hewlett. I can't fault either of these people for support. And they're constantly doing updates to them. So they'll get better and better every time. I would say if you want to do cross-platform development, I would pick Microgames Basic. And if you want to do Coco specific only, and you want as much performance as you can possibly get out of a basic compiler, then I would pick Lens. No reason you can't use both, of course. Or you could be like Rick and me and Wayne Campbell and just use Basic 09 because you can multitask.
Right.
Next up, Alan Huffman posted a new Coco-related thing on his blog, because his blog, Subbutha Software, which was the name of a software company for the Coco back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, I guess. Sometimes he goes off on stuff that has nothing to do with the Coco. I don't cover those here. Definitely, if you're interested in just general electronics and programming, I would definitely just check out his blog all the time. But this time he actually did another one. It was actually based on a suggestion from Juan Castro, based on a comment that he'd made on the Groups IO color computer, which I didn't even know was still a thing. Because I think that's a Google Groups IO thing. Are you guys, anybody here active on the Groups IO?
I'm
That
subscribed.
still exists.
Yeah, that was my question too. So, anyways, what he's going through in here, and it kind of goes through an explanation, is the fact that Microsoft Basic for the Coco only takes into consideration, I should say, 2 characters for a variable name. You can add more on there, and it doesn't care, but it'll ignore everything but the first 2. Now, the exception to this, of course, is that if it's a reserved keyword like as for defining fields in disk basic, or to for for next loop, that kind of thing, it'll not allow that, because of course then it would get confused. It would try to tokenize the variable name. And he shows some things here where you can actually long variable equals 1, and you can print it and it returns the right thing. But if you just print hello, it returns the right thing too, because it's only taking the first 2 and ignoring everything after that. You're just basically wasting program space at this point. We said all the variable limits are the same, and then he actually goes into stuff here, and then he shows you like you can't use a keyword for assigning. But if you start doing quirky things like ignoring spaces or adding spaces in them, Basic's parser for parsing a line ignores spaces. So if you end space M, it will consider that a real token. And he proves that here. You do print n space m, and it says 42. Now, technically, it's only accepting the n here, but the n space m equals 42 works.
And of course,
And
it's 42.
Well, of course, yeah, it's sub-ethos, so it's got to be Hitchhikers related, right? The ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Of course.
But this is cool. N space m.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he does n equals 10, n m equals 20, and m equals 30, and then he kind of proves that those are individual.
Wow.
How to turn a forbidden variable into a non-forbidden one for fun and profit. I love the title of that little section. But you can see here, like fn equals 3, syntax error, because fn's defined function. It's a reserved keyword. 2 for 4 next loops, for, you know, a equals 1, 2, 10 or whatever. As for the field command. Now, if you put a space between them all, as you can see here, well, then, yeah, it does work. And if you do f space n, it actually will return the value 3 you assigned to it, etc.
Oh, that's just evil.
Now, when he shows you over here, though, x space y equals 9, now you combined x, y. Still comes through. That's 2 characters that are significant. That will take both of them. So x space y does get counted as an xy without the space, as far as the variable table is concerned. Now, if you do that with keywords like t space o, it will accept that. It'll become print 2 type thing.
Really?
Yeah, which is really, really weird.
So then does the keyword still works?
Like here he goes, fr string is fn, t space o string equals 1 Castro, and then you can actually, you know, access the variable and it won't give you an error. So that's a pretty weird, it's just a quirk of the way the parser works in BASIC, but kind of interesting.
It's also kind of similar to a legendary disaster in Fortran, where I forget what the end result was. The space probe crashed or whatever. But the in Fortran, the equivalent of a for statement in BASIC, you say for I equals 1 to 100. In Fortran, you would say do I equals 1 comma 100, and they left out that comma. And so since Fortran also ignored spaces, it assigned a variable named do I the value 1100 and did not
just
start
crashed into the
yeah.
Oh no, it made a doo-doo.
Something like that. So
And one thing Alan's been really good is he's been going through BASIC like with a fine-tooth comb and finding out, because of the way the interpreter works, that you can get these quirky little things happening, or just little secrets, like, you know, it's like the fast even byte get put graphics commands. Those are not documented in any of the Coco manuals anywhere. Yet if you disassembled it like an Unraveled, you can see there's special handling for that specifically, which can run multiple times faster than doing a pixel perfect with a bit shift. And there's a lot of little, you know, sneaky little bits in there. So I love when he does those kind of things. They're figuring out how do you get variables running a bit faster. You want to assign a variable a value of 0 a little bit faster, have it a equals dot, because now it doesn't have to go through the floating point and, you know, number conversion from 0. Dot immediately goes, okay, I'm going to do a decimal. There's nothing there at 0. So it's much, much quicker.
How does the man find all this stuff? I mean, it's not that
sometimes
he
he gets
just
stuff. Sometimes he's had stuff sent to him, and then he goes exploring it in detail and explains exactly how it works. I know Willam Athing and a few others that really know the innards of BASIC really well have actually helped him with some of these too. Or you'll see his comment section light up. I haven't checked this one yet.
He's crediting a Juan for sending it to him.
Yeah, this particular case, it is Juan. I've made it my mission to mercilessly drag you into any and all color BASIC rabbit holes I find myself into.
Good man, good man.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, William and a few others generally comment on a lot of the stuff when he's been going through like how to optimize variables. Another hidden trick is that if you use hexadecimal numbers to assign variables, that's faster than doing floating point as well, because it's basically just to, you know, straight convert. And so there's little tricks like that you can learn, and then you can actually, I know Retro Rick, who does some of these BASIC conversions, that's some of the tricks he uses as well. And you can sometimes give BASIC programs a good, you know, 10-15% speed up just doing that kind of thing. It's almost like having a speed up poke for yourself, and it's using quote unquote legal BASIC. So
just optimizing the basics.
You know, for the specific BASIC interpreter and how it actually does things. Next up after that, I think Exile in Paradise is the one who suggested this one. So this is a blog called The Technologizer. It's been around for years and years by Harry McCracken. Harry's actually been a columnist for PC Magazine since like the 90s. He's been a semi-regular on Twit on some of their panel shows, including This Week in Tech, their big flagship show. He's a hardcore geek. He was programming the Tier City Model 1 back in 79, 80. So even before the Coco came out. And he actually got a game published called Arctic Adventure. We covered it a little while ago. Mainly because he found some bugs in it, and 40 years later, he finally got the code typed back in and fixed them up. So what he decided to do here was actually get one of the AIs to try to recode it for modern computers in a web browser, as opposed to on a Tier City Model 1 off cassette type thing. So he took his 1981 and he gives a little bit of the history of the game. Like he wrote it originally in 8081. It was published with some errors, so we didn't get paid for it. And he told the AI to recreate the game to run on a web browser, but with graphics and stuff. And he kind of goes through the whole thing here as to what it did to his little text adventure game. And like here, you can see some of the graphics actually, for a little web game that looks pretty good. Kind of interesting. Here's a picture of Scott Adams kind of doing programming back in the day too. This is the book he got it published in, and then they found out there was bugs, so they didn't pay him. So. In fact, I think I remember his bugs actually made it the game was unwinnable, but he did correct that, decades later when he finally got the source code back again. So there's like what the original 1981 looked like. And then you start getting, I said, during game development process, Claude Code came up with some truly terrible imagery. That's like a demented polar bear, I guess. I'm not quite sure what that is.
Thinking of seal.
Right, an evil frisbee, something.
Yeah, something. As a picture of Scott Adams, he appeared in the introduction to Pirate Adventure when he first started doing graphic adventure games for Adventure International back in the early 80s. But it's a pretty interesting, kind of description of him going through the process of having an AI rewrite a game he has a source for a modern system converted from an old system at the same time. And he did have to go through and do some fixes to get it to work properly and stuff. But later on, this is the kind of graphics he was getting in the game, and the AI was generating them all. So. Pretty interesting article, I thought. And but thanks for Exile in Paradise for sending that to me. Next up, a lot of people have been asking in the Discord and on Facebook, how do you get the Gimme Z? Because, of course, everybody's trying to get the Gimme X. And Ed's pretty well persona non grata at this point. I haven't seen anything from him on the Gimme X in probably a couple of years. He still does occasionally crank out some of his other hardware. So AC Alan from AC's 8-Bit Zone, of course, made the Gimme Z, and he sold a fair number of those already. But everybody's been trying to get a hold of him in the Discord, and he's been really busy with work in real life, etc. So it was, not responding as quickly as some people would have liked, and some people didn't know what stats orders was. But now he's actually set up a store for AC's 8-Bit Zone at cocobits.org. And right now he's only got 2 products on it, and that is the Gimme Z itself, and then he's got the Gimme Z programmer, which you plug into. I can't remember if it's on a board or a USB or whatever, but it's probably similar to the programmer with the Gimme X. Now, as you'll notice here, because he announced this about a week ago, he had some Gimme Zs on sale then, and they're already sold out. So the batch that he had ready is gone. But here we got nice, like you got the price of it too. So you got $160 for the Coco 3 Gimme Z. The Gimme Z is also getting updated. It'll gradually catch up, I think, to the Gimme X. It already supports the 2.86 megahertz mode we were talking about earlier. It supports, much better screen output to modern systems. I think the Gimme X does VGA. This does, is it DVI HDMI? I think it does. Type output. I also does stuff like, simulates the semi-graphics modes, I think. Actually, Mark, you have one, don't you?
Yeah, I do. It has the little cable on it that goes to HDMI DVI. Actually, it doesn't like my video capture device, so I've
heard that from multiple people that it will not capture properly.
Yeah,
so I don't know if
I
it's
just
slightly
use
out
my
of
regular
spec or
RGB
something.
output. I don't know.
Like if you film it from a camera, it looks fine. I mean, it runs fine. Runs fine on the monitor you plug it into, but
yeah.
But
I
I remember
just it won't sync, and so
it's back to one of those we aren't quite putting out legal HDMI, and the capture device in this case just doesn't.
You'd probably need some sort of a decent scan converter.
Because we're putting, what is it, DVI2 or something on the signal lines for HDMI, and it usually works, but I've read the details once, but yeah, we aren't.
You know, Bob Emery has a different capture device that I don't know if he has a Gimme Z though to try it with or not.
Well, he mentioned that he was having problems with it too, weren't you, Bob? Or is he still on the call?
Well, that's the evil thing. We all think we have the same capture device, but we don't. There are several that go in the same box from the same list of Chinese companies, and you may or may not get the nice one.
So, Bob, since you actually are on there because you're playing Nick's Space Intruders at the moment, what's your experience? Do you have a Gimme Z?
It's just in demo mode, but yeah, I have a Z, and it does not. I don't have any capture machines, either my personal cheap Chinese one. I've also taken it to work where we have some expensive like Blackmagic Terran X upscalers.
Oh, and those don't work.
It won't recognize any HDMI out of the Gimme Z.
Really?
Okay.
Or yeah.
I think we have a class action suit in the works here.
Well, so if you put an adapter to a DVI, well, never mind. No one has a monitor for that. Never mind.
So it looks like there might be some tweaks. Now, this can be firmware upgrade with that card, the programmer you're seeing on the right here, just like the Gimme X was.
Yeah, just give it a little firmware.
So hopefully once we figured out exactly what's going on, maybe you can do a patch that'll let it be captured. Because it sounds like it's close.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it plays in the TV fine.
Yeah, honestly, I wish it would have just output VGA like the Gimme X did. That would have been ideal.
I do understand why he did, though, because VGA, there's some monitors you can buy now that don't have VGA at all. And that's going to keep happening.
Yeah,
so eventually
I get that.
You're on trailing edge at this point. So.
A VGA to HDMI converter is super cheap and allows you to insert audio.
True. Now, for those of you that have a Gimme Z, like I know it doesn't have all the features of the Gimme X yet, so I'm assuming it would have like 2 meg support or 8 meg support RAM, like the DATs in there.
I don't have one, so I don't know.
No,
that
so
2 meg.
The Gimme Z does have the DAT on board. Yeah.
Okay. It supports the semi-graphics modes, the higher ones that the normal Gimme does not, which I know the Gimme X does.
It supports all the standard modes of a Gimme X, and I don't think any additional modes yet, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And it supports the triple speed if you have static RAM upgrades.
Triple speed, yeah.
My favorite part.
That's what I played. So I played the bouncing game this week on. Worked pretty good at that speed.
Now, is poor man's DMA for block copying from external MMU blocks that the Gimme X has? I don't think he has that yet, does he?
Don't know about that.
I'm not aware of.
I'm
hoping to get AC on a Coco Tech to talk about what currently is supported in there. Get a laundry list and what he's working on.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you have a schedule for that yet, or are you just approaching him on that?
I just sent an email. I haven't had a response yet. Alan, contact me.
Okay. And Bob, sorry, I cut you off there. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say another issue that I've noticed with the Gimme Z, both the composite and the original RGB outputs, while they do work, the levels seem really low, like the RGB output. So because the HDMI output wasn't working, I figured, well, let's just use the RGB output to the regular converter I use, so I can at least get the triple speed and capture it. But the levels are so low that the capture device doesn't even see it almost, or if I you can go into the RGB to HDMI settings and lower the thresholds and it'll show up, but it's still really, you can't get it right. It's like the levels are about half of what they would be from the Gimme chip itself.
Okay, so it sounds like you might have some tweaks to do on
the analog outputs. Yeah.
Okay. Now, does he have the same, like I know one advertising feature of the Gimme X is that you can program for RGB on all the outputs, RF, composite,
yeah, the
VGA.
palettes, the palettes match, if that's what you're asking. Like the composite palette and the RGB palette matches. So you don't
kind of like a PAL Coco 3 that Nick has.
Yeah.
There's actually a little switch and you can toggle through. That's kind of cool. It's on the external adapter thing for the HDMI. board, which I'm not using the HDMI, but you can toggle through the colors even using the regular RGB, and you can
The
see them
artifact
cycle through
colors,
very
yeah.
simple. The artifact colors, yeah.
I think Gimme X has that as well. I just noticed here, Chris Durst is mentioning I have to run my Gimme Z through a SCART to HDMI in order to use it at all. So yeah, something sounds like it's a little bit out of spec.
Yep, I agree.
Well, hopefully it's something that can be fixed with like a patch with the programmer. You
How
just
is
plug it in
he?
and change it.
I'm sure.
To Chris Duras, how are you getting it into the SCART to HDMI from the RGB port, or are you doing HDMI out to HDMI in on the upscaler box?
Or is there RGB on the output cable from the Gimme Z as well? I'm
No,
using the
there's not.
RGB from the Coco 3 itself. Okay.
It's just an HDMI. He's got it going via a
Only.
flat flex cable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, little flat ribbon.
And there's no analog RGB on there.
Yeah, and just here, I just thought it put it up a little bit bigger. You can see, and also some of the specs that are on there. So he's got the 3.2x turbo, which is basically the 2.86 megahertz mode. You do require having static RAM upgrades for that because it basically gets rid of the RAM refresh cycle entirely.
Yeah. Probably would have to have some little amplifier transistors or chips in order to have the VGA output analog.
Yeah. So yeah, it supports the 2 meg. I don't think it supports the 8 meg, at least according to this, which the Gimme X does.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
that
it
isn't
does.
used by too much.
2. I think 2 is
Yeah.
the max.
Honestly, I think I only use 2 myself.
Citrus made his own egg board, so he had the ability to develop things. And
yeah,
you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Video improvement. He mentions here resolves issues found in the original 86 Gimme chips regarding H-sync pulses and RGB output, allowing for better compatibility with modern display converters. Now, from what everybody's been describing, it actually is worse. So I don't know what to make of that.
But I'm glad he fixed the 86 Gimme bug. And we've just got to figure out what his output level issue is or whatever.
Now, he's
It'll work.
updated in the chat here. Chris has also mentioned, he said HDMI out to HDMI in. He said it's weird because it would work on a monitor when I first plugged it in, then would stop. Had a similar issue with AC's Coco VGA, but he fixed that with a firmware update. So,
Interesting.
Just goofiness, yeah.
anyway, currently sold out, but I mean, this is a fairly popular upgrade. Just like the Gimme X was. I think the Gimme X sold 100 units, and this has probably had a few runs too, so I imagine it's pretty close to that too. And if you guys buy enough of these so that everybody has 2.86 megahertz capable machines, Nick can write a game that requires 2.86 megahertz and really crank it out.
Cool.
Yeah.
Neutroid
I just
4.
want to mention that.
No pressure.
Well, they got to sell more for you first, Nick, to give you a large enough base to make it worth your while. But I think if you got unleashed in an extra megahertz, I think you could do some amazing stuff.
Yeah.
And it'll help Rick's, base 9 game too.
Oh.
And you can already test that because EOU does have a Gimme X/Z 2.86 megahertz native speed download available on our website. So
we could do that ray casting thing where we get some 3D.
give it a shot. Definitely.
Hey, we can do square roots now. Cool.
Yeah, I have demonstrated stuff like G Shell and Rescue and Fractus at the almost 3 megahertz speed, and it's a very, very noticeable difference. Okay, next up we have Tier City Retro Programming, doing some fiddling around with the arc signs and stuff on a Coco 3 using a VCC emulator. Now he's been traditionally using Coco 1 and 2 stuff, and he really favored Tier City GP, but I've kind of finally convinced him to start fiddling with the Coco 3 the last couple months. And he's got his graph paper now for designing Coco 3 graphics. Big thank you to, was that Bob that you sent me that? Somebody made nice clean. Yeah, so he's happy. He actually emailed me back about that. Right now, he's not familiar with VCC. So he hasn't figured out how yet to mount the disk drive control and stuff into the virtual machine. I know Stevie Sturbridge had done a really good video showing how to set up VCC for this kind of stuff, put it in the hard drive. So I sent that off to him. I'll link to the video, so hopefully it'll be on that. That was before he made this video, though. So we basically was discussing on the Coco 3 and then just talking about, going with the 80 columns and then doing stuff on drawing graphics and calculating
It's
and
in
stuff.
terms of X.
Here
Okay.
comes it.
The 3.
So basically, he's enjoying the 80 column. I actually sent him a comment on here to how to change some of the palettes. If he doesn't want black on green text, even though that's kind of Coco famous. But with the palette command, you can change it. I usually use white on dark blue, which I think, Nick, what do you usually use in yours? White on black or white on dark blue?
White on blue. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite too. That's what I usually use in EOU as well. So yeah, he's getting used to the Coco 3. He likes having 80 columns and 40 columns. He likes having extra colors. I've still got to show him how palette animation stuff works because I think he can do some pretty fun stuff with that as well. Next up, and this is just one example. So this is Henry Strickland. Now, when he did his nekot presentation at Coco Fest, there was some pretty bad video and audio issues. Henry, you might remember that if you did afterwards. So that actually affected a few people, and I guess they actually went back to the original recordings, and now they've started releasing them fixed up. I haven't had a chance to actually listen to it yet to see how much of an improvement. The video already looks better than I remember it was during the time, because there's some streaming issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I noticed this morning there's more than just your video up now. So some of the other ones have been re-uploaded as well too. So if you tried watching it back in May, or was it in May or April we had the last Coco Fest? I wasn't there, so I can't remember.
Yeah, start of May. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you did try to watch the streams after the fact and they were kind of rough and not too easy to listen to or watch, I would definitely go check them out again because there's new versions getting uploaded here with much improved quality.
All right, big thanks. That's great.
So next up, Portuguese speaking, and I think this is from Brazil, podcast called Retropolis. And it's an audio podcast. You won't see any screenshots or anything like that, but they just discuss retro stuff in general. And if you have the Google Translate, or if you happen to know Portuguese yourself, they actually covered a bit of the Dragon and the Coco on this latest episode, talking about the transferal of Dragon production from the UK down to Spain when Eurohard took it over. So I'm going to kind of turn the volume down a bit here because most of us, I don't think, speak Portuguese. But you'll be able to watch the translation here. I'll just play a couple seconds as they start talking about it.
Ele conta essa história na autobiografia, que ele fala assim: em agosto de 85 eu recebi um telefonema em pânico do Domingos, que era o dono da Ilhas Compras, que era uma estrada de Espanha, me dizendo que havia um programa sério que todos os
And the translation is not perfect.
4K estariam proibidos de serem importados para a Espanha, porque 90 euros literalmente duplica o preço do computador. Isto ocorreu
Talking about tariff problems. Wow.
espanhol estava produzindo um computador de 94K e conseguiu fazer com que o governo impusesse uma regra bloqueando todos os outros.
E qual era a empresa? A Eurohard, que estava montando na Espanha os Dragon 64, que é uma máquina que a gente até comentou já alguns episódios, era mais ou menos próximo, compatível.
So anyway, they're talking about governmental law changes in Spain to get machines in because they were starting to import taxes and stuff and tariffs on machines with, like, say, greater than 64K RAM or with 64K RAM. And they were trying to bring in stuff that could be manufactured within Spain itself, so you didn't have to worry about that. Kind of the opposite of what Brazil did, where Brazil just made it a free-for-all and just, cloned everybody. But it's interesting hearing some of the history of some of this kind of stuff, because this is a part of the Dragon's evolution that I don't think is as commonly known as the stuff, back in Wales, etc., and the old Swansea and Port Talbot days. And they kept the Dragon going for a little bit. And it was actually, kind of put into schools as part of a government program, which, I mean, the Coco 2 and 1 were in some schools, but nowhere near as much as, say, an Apple II or some of the other 8-bit machines at the time. So interesting to see what, happened in Spain back in the 8-bit wars, as they were. Next up, we got some posts from Rich Stevens. He's the person probably the most associated with FujiNet on the Coco for programming-wise. So he's got a couple of posts here that are actually of pretty cool significance here. The first one, he says here in the post on Coco group on Facebook, he says, Coco FujiNet users, it's time for a new release of my set of simple binary utilities for the color computer to work with the FujiNet device. They consist of, and he's got a fairly large list. He's app keys, which allows you to peruse the app keys created by various applications stored on the SD card. Config bin, CFG bin, resets the drive configuration to point to the initial configuration boot disks and resets the Coco to rerun the config program without having to hit the power off or hit the reset button. So it's kind of a software version of hitting reset. Clock bin, which is a full screen character-based clock based on the FujiNet clock. So it's pulling the time off the internet itself. Drives.bin prints out the current drive slot configuration. This is kind of like the drive command in STC DOS for the Coco STC. FN info prints out the FujiNet adapter network configuration and firmware versions. You can kind of double check, what firmware you're running and, what network address you're at, etc. Fuji logo bin, just for fun, draws a full-size FujiNet logo on the screen. I thought that was kind of cool. Maybe not quite the Three Amigos cool was, but definitely cool. GUID prints out a randomly generated GUID. This feature is only available with the latest nightly build of the FujiNet firmware. So that one is not even in the public version yet, but if you want to, be bleeding edge, you can give it a shot. Host.bin prints out the currently configured host slot configuration. Time.bin prints out the current date and time. Note, if you get an improper value for the year, update your firmware because there was a bug in an earlier one. And he's got the disk image with all those utilities on it available for download on the Coco group on Facebook. And then not to stop there, he also published an update to the actual FujiNet for the Coco Basics PDF. So this is actually the manual for the Coco version of FujiNet specifically. So instead of wading through stuff for a bunch of different platforms, because FujiNet, of course, is on multiple platforms, from the Atari 8-bits to the Apple II. I think there's builds now for the Atom and a few other machines going too. In this case here, this is strictly for the Coco. So if you want to really get into the Coco side of things, and I'm going to switch my share if I can to download a copy of the manual just so people can see what it looks like. So, it's a good, 20, 30 pages long, I guess 20 something. And a lot of good detail, some screenshots in there, make it easier for you to figure out what you're looking at. And I mean, this is showing even some of the high res stuff here where you're actually getting, 42 columns with lowercase and more lines per screen on the Coco 1 and 2. There's one showing some of the graphics mode stuff for the weather app, which I'm sure Ron's familiar with. Logging into BBSs, etc. How to configure it, etc. too. Not any Coco 3 specific stuff in there. I don't know if that'll be covered in a future version of the manual, but it covers quite a bit anyway. So if you've downloaded it and you bought one of the current ones that use the little dongle thing, and you want a bit more concise way to get all the instructions on how to set it up and how to get it up and running the various apps. Free download on Coco Facebook. I'm sure it's on their own site too. And they have their own Discord server, did they not, Mark?
Yes, there's a FujiNet Discord server. Somebody needs a link. I can send you one. I think it may be open though. Anybody can join.
Okay, yeah, post that definitely in the general chat so people can take a boo at it. There's still, I guess, the main person that was working on the hardware update to have just the cartridge and possibility, being interrupt driven and you read a whole byte at a time instead of having to bit bang it, which should give you much more speed and being able to multitask and do stuff in the background. Got kind of delayed because somebody got busy with real life type thing. I know the feeling. But hopefully they get back on that too, because that would be, I think, really, really good. Getting something that you can read like 50K per second, kilobytes, not bits type thing. Next after that, we've got Cedric Baudouin. Is this French? Frederic?
Baudouin. Cédric Baudouin.
Thank you. I'm going to hire you for a permanent member of the show.
Right. He's our new French guy.
Anyway, it says, for those interested, I made a Coco 2 emulator that runs on a cheap ESP32-S3 module. It works with USB keyboard and USB joysticks. There's 3 USB ports, and it's real USB, not a pseudo PS2 port. All you need is 6 resistors for the VGA DAC, 1 VGA connector. On the Proto, I used a VGA cable directly, and 3 USB connectors. Also 1 H jack for audio with 1 resistor capacitor. So a pretty simple board, as you can see from the picture here, if you're watching the video version.
And this is a breadboard that looks more like my breadboards.
Yeah.
Why is this kind of...
That's scary. If it works, I don't know why.
Exactly. Especially those skinny little power wires. What
that looks like real life, though.
Yeah, he said it's very simple to make. He said the USB connectors are already available on Amazon for under $10 for 10 units. The ESP32S3 dev board is available for about $30. The module includes an SD card connector on it. I also do enclosure port to print with a 3D printer. So I'll just zoom up the pictures. You guys can see a little bit better here. So there's the SD card, I think. Or is it something else? There's your audio connector. Some USB ports. But pretty, for one of these things. I mean, it still scares me, but I don't do hardware. And he's already got it like playing Puyan. There you can see doing a derivative disk extended basic.
Did he do the emulator, or he got that from somewhere and just transcoded it?
For the
good question. I don't know.
ESP32?
Yeah.
Is there an emulator for the ESP32?
Oh, there's an emulator for anything.
Apparently there is.
These days.
Well, I mean, for the Coco on the ESP32. I've not seen one.
Well, if there isn't any, he did it. Yeah, that's impressive.
And they have, and we want to.
C or C++, and that'll compile for the ESP.
Yeah. Now, you notice at the top of his little kind of descriptive schematic here, not a full schematic, but basically just a thing. But he says, Color Computer 2, ESP32 emulator, basic setup with ESP S2 or 32S3, free node dev board, and Coco 3 in the future. So he's planning on expanding this with Coco 3 at some point, which that makes it more interesting to me because I definitely use Coco 3.
Right.
1 and 2.
Yeah, this will be good to watch. That could be good synergy for me because I like having the real 6809 or 6309, but having the emulation for everything else, which I'm trying to do on the pico. So,
yeah, so you hardware types, you guys should maybe contact him on Facebook and ask some questions and give us an update, or maybe convince him to come on the show. Frederic can translate if he doesn't know English. Frederic, is this somebody you would have met at VCF Montreal?
Probably. The thing is that I've met so many people that.
Right.
Yeah. True. Next after that, we've got Steve Norton. He says, follow up on my custom Coco PC keyboard project, which we have covered. So this is you can see a picture of the keyboard here. So he's got it basically close to the Coco layout. Even the function keys are pretty close to where they are in the Coco 3. He's also got some special keys added in. It also supports joysticks. He said, I've got this built as far as I can go. This is a revision 2.5. I did screw up on the wiring for the joystick connector, getting pin 3 and 6 reversed. That's why the bodge wire on the right side, which I'll show in a bit. I would like to take this further, but I don't have any way to create a case for this guy. I also suck at 3D modeling. I suck at all hardware, so don't feel bad. I've been trying out a few games, and the joystick and keyboard perform great. I also found out that I still suck at Dungeons of Dagora, which...
Right.
So here's a kind of a zoom up of it here. You can see the connector there. You can see he's, place the keys as far as it. Now, he mentioned on his previous post that we covered that he prefers the arrow keys in the separate configuration for 2 hands. I do too, especially for playing games.
Good man.
For editing a text file, probably not so much. And that's where you can get like a Bob Emery one where you have both. And I think, Rick, you have the switch that you have in your keyboard adapter, right?
Yeah, you can go either way.
So if you're programming, you switch it to the, all keys together. And if you're playing a game, that works better with 2 hands.
Then you turn Alt and Control into arrow keys.
Yeah. I also like he's got keys here like reset, pause, speed, cart, disk 0, copy, paste.
Yeah, I like his meta keys on the top. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Windows switch, that I could definitely use something like this in Nitrous 9, I have to say.
Now, does the reset actually do a full reset?
I think on the last show it mentioned it does.
That's kind of a bit of a nuisance. If you, oops, sorry.
Yeah, you need a little cover that flips down over it. So you can...
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, if you hold down the right keys, you can probably get the 3 Amigos picture too, right from the keyboard, without having it reset or power. Okay, next up about that, Coco Town returns with the part 2. Like the last video he did was comparing AppleSoft Basic to Microsoft Extended Basic for the Coco. And comparing the graphics basically between the two. And he went through the basic commands, and now he's kind of going through like how do you animate stuff on the screen. And it goes between the shape tables that the Apple II supports, and then stuff like get put buffers in the draw command, which allows some angle and scaling. He basically has the Coco winning out on this one because there's just more because it's a later version of Basic. AppleSoft Basic was done in 76 or 77, Mark?
No,
77,
actually,
I guess, because
78, 79.
Yeah, right. It was Integer Basic it came with at the beginning by Woz.
Was the original one. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, they added some stuff in, and this was AppleSoft. That's Microsoft's Basic for the Apple. And of course, the Coco ones came out, like Extended Basic came out in 81. So that was a bit later, and that was the basis of GWiz Basic for the PC a year later. But he goes through and with his normal, sense of humor, which means he's always really awesome to watch his stuff here. But he actually does the exact same shape. And I remember fiddling with shape tables a little bit in high school, but I never did learn how to actually enter the data for it and how the table was actually set up. So I just use it as a random explosion thing because you just tell it to rotate and increase the size, and it would make a little H-shaped explosion thing. So that's what I used it for. But this actually goes into a little bit of detail, so you can actually do proper drawing of proper shapes. The shape tables and some of the graphics, like page flipping techniques and stuff. I mean, the Coco's a bit more versatile, I would say. So I have to agree with him on that one. The draw command's much easier than setting up a shape table by far. The shape table on the Apple, though, does have way more angles. The draw command only has 4, 90 degree, 180, 270, and 0. Whereas is it full 360 on the shape tables on the Apple stuff? I know it does much finer than 4 positions.
It has a rotate command, and I'm trying to remember if it's 64.
Yeah, it's rotate and scale, like rot and scale, isn't it?
Yeah, rot and scale. Yeah, and I don't remember. It's been so many years since I used it. Like, I kind of quirky, so I just kind of like, yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, you can rotate. I'm sure it's more than 16 or 32. It's like 64, I think. So,
yeah.
And of course, that resolution is not going to tell a lot between one and the next, but when you're in a loop and you keep doing it, yeah, it does rotate pretty finely.
Yeah. So there's definitely some disadvantages and advantages to both. I'll give the Apple its fair share. The multi angle scale is actually much better. I think the Coco one has 64 scaling settings. I think the Apple had more than that too, maybe 256. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'll play a little bit of the intro for those of you who not watch this stuff because he just has a great sense of humor. And he's not too humorous in this one until a little bit later. But
today, the conclusion, comparing how we used to program graphics on the Apple II Plus with AppleSoft Basic and on the TRS-80 color computer with Extended Color Basic. The previous video introduced the 2 computer lines and explored how they supported low resolution and high resolution modes, plotting points, lines, and other geometrical shapes, and some of the very weird and unexpected results you could run into. We also analyzed what BASIC was trying to do in order to understand these strange quirks. In this video, we move forward with some of the more advanced techniques in BASIC graphics, such as flipbook-style animation with off-screen buffers, drawing arbitrary shapes, and moving them across the screen. And yes, we will go into full detail on AppleSoft's super normal and straightforward shape tables, a very natural way to draw shapes from BASIC which aren't unreasonable at all.
Vectors, basically.
Yeah, with a certain hex thing with this bit means it's a move, if it's set it means it's a draw. And you have to get down to
move and
individual
draw,
bits.
Move and don't draw. Yeah. There was a bunch of utilities people wrote to do the stuff so you could draw your stuff and then it would generate all the bit codes to make it work.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one thing he mentioned too. I know there's a few things like on the Coco he didn't get into, like the even byte get put buffers, because if you use that, it's quite a bit faster. Or the fact that the basic manuals from Microsoft and Tandy for the Coco never got fixed, even in the Coco 3, of how much memory you have to reserve, because they would say dim an array with every array element being a pixel or something like that. And no, it's actually, because it's all based on real numbers, it's 5 bytes per array and element, so that's like literally 40 pixels type of thing. So but yeah, it's really good. Goes into a nice deep dive, does some comparisons between the two. The shape table one is funny because you actually end up speeding up the video because there's so much to explain how the hell that worked. So I can find where he kind of goes through that. This was funny. I think it goes to some quirks too. Like we have and, or, and not on get put on the Coco as options for displaying graphics, but XOR, which is probably the most useful for like redrawing your cursors and moving around, is not in there. You can simulate it by doing a combination of getting a mask and then putting it knotted along with the actual drawing you want to do. So you can make it work the way you want, but let's see here. Okay, I think that's Yeah, some of the shape table stuff.
Arrows coming out of the dots. Sometimes you have a vector where you draw a dot, and sometimes you have a vector where you just move without drawing. Now go ahead and draw out all those vectors in order, but on a single line. These are the commands that you're going to tell the Apple to draw in. Now arrange those vectors into bytes, with each byte being a group of 3, or maybe 2, or sometimes one section. We will call these sections A, B, and C, where A occupies the low 3 bits of a byte, B is the middle 3 bits of a byte, and C is the top 2 bits of a byte. Each section reserves the bottom 2 bits for the direction and the top bit to decide whether a pixel is drawn or if you're just making a blank move of the pen. Now you may be wondering how section C can properly represent a command with only 2 bits. Well, C can only represent a blank move, so the pen down bit is assumed to be 0. However, C cannot be 0, 0, which would normally be
speeding it up here to
section
cover it
C, you
all.
need to do a blank move up. Simply leave it
Divide by 12 and carry the forward.
0, in section A of the next byte. Next, use this handy table to convert your nibbles, which are 4 bits, and thus always straddle multiple sections, into hexadecimal digits. You now have the bytes of your shape in hexadecimal form, which we call your shape table, and they are ready to enter into the Apple monitor, but not so fast. It's time to generate a little metadata first. We need to create a shape table header that tells the Apple how much
coffee
will store
more
and the offset
coffee
shape definition reside at relative to the start of the header. And of course, we need to
using
decide on a good
AI
address
for
to
his
store the shape
voice?
table at. Now we can enter the Apple monitor and start typing our bytes. Don't make any mistakes. Almost done. We just need to tell the Apple the address we chose for our shape table. Go to well-known address 00E8 and enter our shape table's address there. You'll probably want to save this to tape or disk just in case something crashes or the power flickers.
This is straight out of the Apple manual.
Advice from the AppleSoft
Right?
Basic Manual. Believe it or not, I even left out a couple details. But for what I did for this video, I didn't follow the advice exactly. First, I did not.
Anyway, yeah, it's got his normal sense of humor. I also like the fact that he said one of his pseudo ad things was Bing. That's how you search for Google.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, his stuff is always amazingly good and well done. So, and with a great sense of humor. So,
But
you have to check it out. You guys are going to get put buffers and stuff on the Coco too. So I just played you some of that because it's kind of funny. It was much more complicated. It was more powerful in some ways, but much more complicated.
Oh yeah.
It's like the only time I start Edge is to go download Google
Yeah.
or Chrome.
Right,
Chrome.
right.
Yeah.
Well, or till Windows 11 just brings it up for you because it knows better.
Okay, and our last pair of stories here are from TJ Ferreira, who of course is famous for doing exuberant MC10 videos and has been involved in some of the games that Ron has also been involved with as part of this, the secret squad here that defends Earth. But basically released 2 videos here going through some of the expansions of the MC10. So here's doing the MCX32SD, which gives you 30K RAM, extended basic, SD card reader, extensions to read files and write files to it. And he also goes through the multi-port, which was originally developed for the Alice and now is on sale for the MC10. So you can actually add in like ROM carts and expand for extra stuff. It's like a mini multi-pack for the MC10. And he released 2 videos literally 20 hours apart or something like that, like within that day. And they both kind of have the same thing. I think he's a bit more specialized on one here, more of the multi-port, and this one covered it in addition to. So I've only watched the first shorter one. I didn't get a chance to watch this one this morning. But if you want to check into some reviews, and I will give him a shout out on the first shorter video. He actually mentions our show, though he doesn't remember the name of it. But he actually mentions that we talk about how exuberant he is, etc. too. So thanks for the plug. It's the CoCoNation show. Please feel free to plug us in the future by name. But he's always entertaining to watch too, because especially when it gets into a game, I will warn you, there will be some foul language when he does.
There will be language.
Yes, there will be language. But you could tell he's having a blast with these retro machines and definitely loves the hobby. So
he may be Italian.
Yeah.
He
may be
Portuguese.
Yeah, como está?
Anyway, that covers the news, but I've still got to get through the upcoming shows, and there are some additions to it this week. So I definitely will go through. And what is tonight? What time is it Eastern right now for any of you guys in the? What time?
It is 5:38.
Okay. So I will share that, but basically, where did I put that window? There it is. At 8 o'clock Eastern, which is what, 2.5 hours from now, is going to be the live taping of the TRS-80 Trash Talk show. Of course,
I thought it was 9. That was 9 Eastern.
I thought it was 8. Did we get it wrong? You want to double check that, Mark?
Yeah, well,
I'm still not going to make it.
I have known to be occasionally wrong, and Judy reminds me of that all the time.
Gonna jump on the Candy Discord.
Yeah, it'd be in the Tandy Discord. Yeah.
Figure out where it is here. Yeah.
So is it 9 or 10? Is it
Discord?
Oh, I've
Let's see.
seen
It's
that one.
9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
okay? Because here it says 8 p.m. on their
looks like you're
Facebook
right.
page. Oh, that's
Okay.
Central. I didn't see the Central.
Okay.
Aha.
1, 2,
That's what fooled
3.
me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yes.
Darn non-standard
Yes,
time
which
zones.
is 9 p.m.
I can't get there in
which
3
is
hours.
9 p.m. Eastern.
So anyway, tonight, in a few hours' time, Trash Talk Live 47. Now, of course, this covers all Tandy computers. This covers Pocket computers, the Model 100 series, the Tandy 1000 to 4000s, the Cocos, the
Tandy
Z80
10.
base machines, the Model 12 16s with 68000s, all of them. And there's a few people that are directly involved in the Coco on every show. Even Maverick from Australia actually manufactures Coco hardware from ours to 32 packs. I think even does disc controllers and stuff. He also does stuff for the other machines. We get some software people. Nick and I have both been on it numerous times to plug some of our products. And it's usually a fun time. They don't often pay attention to the chat, unfortunately. Occasionally they do. So if you just want to watch, you can try sending something to them on the YouTube.
You could try.
Occasionally they'll notice. We try to keep an eye on it at least somewhat here. And I just saw somebody's saying I'm talking too fast. I don't know.
He's the video.
He's talking about
Coco Town.
Oh, okay. What could have been talking about me? I do that too. So wait, tonight is the next one. This is actually a pretty quick follow-up from the last time. I think it's been less than a month since the previous one, but they missed a couple months before that. So
yeah.
And there's a fair bit of happening. We've got some new releases, for Coco games and stuff. Nick's working on a new one, etc. So quite a bit of stuff happening. Next after that, the Indie Classic Retro Show. This one is co-sponsored by Randy Kindig of Floppy Days podcast fame, as well as some Atari shows we won't mention. No, I'm just kidding. But this one is at a new location this year at the Wyndham Indianapolis Airport Hotel in Indianapolis, Indiana. And this is one I think I've been told is actually in Kentucky, just across the border. Is that correct?
Yes. The Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Airport is actually in Kentucky. But it's just a bridge travel away.
Okay. So anyway, they've actually had a little bit of Coco coverage at this before, and it's been running for a few years now. And it's March 21st to the 22nd.
Oh, no, sorry. This is Indie Classic. That's Cincinnati is in Northern Kentucky is an airport. This is actually in Indiana, which is a couple hours away from there.
Oh, okay.
So
this will be a different show we're talking about. Okay. Anyway, new location. So if you've been to it before, it has moved. So make sure you pay attention to that, and you can hit it at indieclassic.org, as we're showing here. So it's getting close here. Do we have? I'm trying to see if they got any. I got sponsors and expo photos. I don't see any seminars shown. They're not doing any this year. There's a silent auction for unique collectibles and stuff here to help raise money for future shows, same as Coco Fest does. Classic arcade machines. Vendors selling retro computers, video games, and accessories. Also on March 28th to 29th, Tony Jewell announced a little while ago here that they've got the official dates, and that is them. And it's, once again, another new location, not tremendously new. They've had some stuff there before, but not for a few years. For the next Dragon meetup, which is March 28th to the 29th at the Center for Computing History. And this is actually near the previous, was the Center Technology or something? I can't remember. But basically, these two museums are very close to each other, like walking distance. So you can actually partake in checking the both out. Plus, it'll be, a bunch of dragons and Coco stuff. So I've already seen those mentioned here. If you go through the comments, there's quite a few people planning on going. And some of them will have hardware for sale, possibly even some new hardware for sale. So you definitely, if you're in the area, you may want to check that out.
So the Center for Technology was like the steam engines and stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. One was kind of like general technology, from mechanics to like electrical to all kinds of stuff. And the other one's a museum of computer technology.
So now we're back to the computer shop. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but they're both, like I said, within a couple of blocks of each other. So, I mean, if you've never been, you can definitely check out all three, the Dragon Meetup and the two museums. That would be perfect for a little vacation.
Right. If I get there, I'm going to both of them for sure.
Yep, exactly. And then they have a pub nearby. That's the best part.
Yeah, all three of them. Okay, there.
Next up, and I've actually been kind of forgetting about this one. Sleepy, you should have given me heck for this. VCF East is April 17th to the 19th at the InfoAge Science and History Museum in Wall, New Jersey. I believe that's the same place it has been. Peter Satitsky is one of the hosts of the Trader City Trash Talk show we mentioned earlier that's on tonight. is going to be on the Podcasters Roundtable panel for this one. And there's usually some Coco people there too. Slippy obviously has been there. Some other people have been there as well. I don't know if they've got a schedule of computer classes. I know they had some Coco computer classes last year, but I'm not sure if they do this year. That's basically, looks like it's not too cemented yet.
Right.
And do they have speakers? Talks? No, a little bit too early, I guess. But anyway, there's usually a pretty good representation there. And it's one of the, I think it's the longest running VCF, isn't it? I don't know if Slippy's still here to
Well,
Oh, this is at the. This is the one at the old Army Barracks or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been around forever. Yeah.
I think it was Fort Monmouth. I think is what the Army Fort.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been a pretty good show. We've actually had people live broadcasting from there before. Hopefully we'll get to do that again this year as well. Next after that, of course, is Coco Fest itself. 61 and a half days away. April 24th to 25th, as mentioned at the beginning of the show, for those of you who've been here that long, sorry. But obviously they're starting to sell the tables. I think the outer ring's pretty well sold out already. The inner ring's starting to go. There's also ones in the hallway, as Rick was mentioning. So looking to be selling out pretty quick if you want to be a vendor. So I definitely would go and do that. And of course, the discount code is already on there. Grant, did you have any further details on that or anything you want to mention about that? Of course, we're assuming Grant is awake.
Yep, I'm still here. Yep.
Okay.
No other updates other than I'm looking for presenters right now. And that's the next thing I'm looking for. So
I have a question. Are we going to have a pool for who's in the elevator when it catches fire this year? I mean, we skipped it last year, but,
now,
but we had a good run.
Grant, you mentioned earlier at the beginning of the show here that you're limiting the number of presentations to give the vendors time to go out and see things, and also the presenters to be able to see the show, et cetera. What is the limit? Like, how many presentations are you planning on having this year?
Probably about 5 or 6.
And that'd be scattered between the 2 days, or just on one day, or?
Yeah, 2 days. 2 days.
Okay.
And that's not including like the auction and all the other stuff that we normally have too. So.
Okay. And of course, the promo code for the hotel, if you want to get a discount from the regular rates of the hotel, is go ahead, Grant.
G22.
22, not 20.
Yeah, G22. Yep.
So, all right, you can get the details on the Glenside site. That's www.glensideccc.com. And if anybody in the chat has any questions for Grant, since he's still on the show here, fire him off, and we'll let him know.
I'm looking at the tiny list tables because I'm going to reserve mine. What's the difference between the pink and blue tables?
6 foot. 6 foot versus 8.
Oh,
6 foot
okay.
versus 8. Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I guess next week I'll actually start bringing up the Tandy list so people can kind of see how many tables are sold and which vendors are going to be attending so far. So. Next, actually, the same weekend, if you're in South America, is the very first ever VCF LATM, I should say, 2026 Latin American Vintage Computer Festival. So it's an officially sanctioned VCF event, just like the Montreal one was that Frederic and a few others were at in January, because everybody wants to come up to Canada in January.
Yeah,
for the weather.
It's wonderful. Bring your
bathing
suits.
This will be a mix of all kinds of machines. I'm hoping to see some of the people from Brazil out there because they have their own little retro SC show in the fall. I think it usually is, and we had really good representation of the CP400 and CP400-2, Codemex, some of the other Coco clones. I'd love to see some of this particular show too, and yeah, I'm kind of curious. I'm hoping I don't know if we have anybody that speaks much English that'll be at the show to help stream it, and we can maybe catch some of the stuff live. But even just putting up a bunch of pictures would be awesome. So I'm really hoping that we get some people out there that can kind of do that. And that takes place April 24th, 26th at Bahia Blanca. I probably slaughtered that. My apologies. In Argentina. So if you want a vacation down in Argentina in April, that's probably a good place to head out and get some retro into your veins as well.
Now, are we doing a show during Coco Fest? Just out of curiosity.
Well, probably not, since there won't be anybody to stream.
Yeah, if you guys could even set up just the live streams though, like you do in the past there, and maybe chat with us, Stevens that can't make it.
Throw a camera in the corner and
Yeah, I'll see what I can do because I don't have the same equipment this year that I had last year.
Just out of curiosity, Henry, are you bringing the special Wi-Fi equipment this year?
I'm not sure we're gonna do that this year.
Okay.
Let's talk later.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I also have a Starlink as well too, so I also have satellite. So
Okay, that might be good then.
Curtis,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got some
just-
other information for you for the Coco Fest.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been in contact with Stevie Pro, and for the late night music thing, we're actually going to be taking it out of the main room so we can give people some peace. Put it in. And then,
okay.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit at the end there. What was that?
yeah, Stevie Stroh was saying that he working on moving the music at the end of the night to the other room instead of in the main room, like we've done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
Are we having a second room this year?
Well, he's talking about the presentation room, so
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
so therefore we don't have the complaints in the ballroom this year whenever you guys are talking, because usually Curtis is singing and it gets kind of.
I don't sing.
Yeah, but
I would never subject anyone to that.
Right.
But the present
Showing up, Curtis.
So the presentation room is next to the actual bedrooms.
Yeah, there you go.
There, that's perfect.
Perfect. Yeah.
Should I bring
next-
the Marshall?
Yeah. Big Marshall stack. Next up after that is VCF Pacific Northwest returning for the first time in over half a decade. This one's May 29th to the, oops, is that the right one? No, I'm looking at the wrong one.
May.
Sorry. That's in May
2nd.
2nd to 3rd at the, go ahead, Mark.
Tukwila.
Yeah, Tukwila Community Center in Tukwila, Washington. Mark is actually one of the exhibitors here, or are you doing talks too, or just exhibiting?
Nope, just exhibiting.
And they did have a running tally of who's all going to be doing that kind of stuff. So, and here you see the actual Steve Stroh, which we proved at one of the Coco Fest is not the same as Steve Stroh.
It's
but
not
they
the
actually
other
met each
Steve
other.
Stroh.
Yeah, it's the other Steve Stroh.
Yeah.
But his actual name is Stroh. It's not a nickname like Stroh for Strobridge, which was very confusing the one year.
Yeah, it was.
Next after that, just announced this past week, was the International Retro Computer Expo. Or sorry, International Computer Club. There's two international things here. This is hosted by the Amigos, so John Bodokar Schaller, Amigo Aaron, and his brother Brent, who of course hosts the Coco Show on their network, which just covered Nick's Pinball recently. But basically, this is a thing they do multiple times a year where they have a bunch of people from all over the world, from Europe, from North America, just, talking about hardware projects, software projects, some cool stuff they picked up, whatever it is, as long as it's retro. And they're always fun. Sometimes these things last 4 to 6 hours. Nick and I have both been on those as well. And it's a fun time. Next one is going to be at 4:30 p.m. Eastern on May the 2nd. You can see the live stream on their YouTube channel, which the link is in the show notes, which you can get tomorrow on the Coco list, or you can get it right now on the Coco Discord. And if you guys have any presentations you want to show, if you want to show up like a FujiNet on a Coco, or Frederic wants to show Nitrous 9 running on his little single board computer there, I'm sure he'll get it all ported and ready by then.
Ooh.
Then go ahead and
challenge.
Maybe you can take a ride in their TARDIS.
So anyway, it's a lot of fun. And there's some really cool projects there, like some of the collecting stuff I've seen on there, like stuff I would never have thought of in a million years and would apply to any retro computer. There's some pretty cool stuff in there. Even just how to display it with shelves and glass and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff happening there. Next after that is VCF Southwest. So yet another VCF. This is a slightly different date this year. It's May 29th to 31st because of the soccer championship. So it got bumped a little bit. And it is happening at the Westin Dallas Fort Worth Airport. And of course, Dallas Fort Worth is where Tandy was headquartered for Radio Shack and, the head of all the stuff where, Cocos were originally produced, etc. So I think the tower is still there, and there's a lot of the alumni actually come out. So you'll see people like Mark Siegel and some of the people that actually helped design the computers that we know and love back in the day actually pop out. Sometimes they give seminars, sometimes they're just kind of wandering around. You can talk to them. I know Mosley, you've mentioned you've met Mark Siegel there a few times because you tend to go to
Yeah,
the
a
show. You're
couple
not too
times.
far away. Yeah.
Yeah, only 4 hours.
Yeah. So I'm hoping we can get some people talking to them. I would love to get them on the live stream sometime. I don't know if that's possible for you, Mark, or maybe some of the other people that are attending. Bob Emery, I don't think you're too far away from here. I don't know if you go to this one in particular, but at least you're in the same
Yeah,
state.
I went last year and met Adrian Black there, but I did not see Mark.
Okay.
Either Mark last year.
Huh, I met Adrian as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, chronologically, Gaming's been there. Taylor and Amy's been there. Like there's a lot of people that we've had on the show before. So it'd be lovely if we can get some live streaming and maybe some interviews, even if brief, just with some of the Tandy alumni, like what do they think of the retro scene and how some of us are using the old equipment that they actually designed and produced back in the 70s and 80s.
It's a big show, but it's hard to get a signal in there.
Yeah, it's kind of a giant Faraday cage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did this used to be at SMU or something?
Yeah,
No,
last
this one
year's.
it's
Yep.
at University of Dallas.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
where,
north.
that's where previously was. Yeah.
No, it's at DFW. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if any of you guys that are attending can actually get in contact with Mark for an interview. I mean, if it's a Faraday cage inside, just go outside and enjoy the brisk summer
maybe
breeze in Dallas.
Drag him
the
outside
summer.
for an interview or something.
Yeah.
That's at the end of May, so it should be reasonable.
Well, that may be why they changed, because Weston Dallas is connected. I guarantee it's connected.
Yeah.
They've got better internet than any of us.
Yeah.
The new location was chosen
someone-
because it's closer to the airport, easier to get into.
Yeah, in the airport, actually, isn't it?
Didn't somebody do some broadcasting from there last year to us? No.
I did. I
Yeah, he did.
to.
Yeah, Mark did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I know me and Boise were there, but I didn't try to.
I don't remember. How well did it turn out?
Oh,
I think it was not too bad, but we had a few dead spots, if I remember. But yeah, that's every show, right? Or you could just say our entire show is one big dead spot.
One big dead spot.
That's probably more accurate. Next up, speaking of Boat and Aaron and Brent here, their own retro show that they've been hosting for the last 4 or 5 years now, formerly called Boat Fest, now called the International Retro Computer Expo, is having the next one. They've actually got tickets on sale now. This is a multi-day event in West Virginia, and this is happening on July 10th to the 11th. July 9th, the Thursday, if you're a vendor, you can actually get in there and set up early without having to deal with the crowds wandering around and stuff here. This is a general retro show, covers old home computers, old home consoles, even just some retro paraphernalia stuff that's not even computer related. You can see that there on occasion. There's a lot of game playing. They record most of the shows live there, including the Coco show. So if you want to become part of one of them in the audience, you can actually get on there too and fire questions and stuff off to them. And the show link in the show notes there will actually give you a place where you can actually order the tickets ahead of time. I will say, and Ken can attest to this too, that they have a really, really good pizza place within about 2 blocks of the main venue. Some of the better pizza I've ever had in my life, actually. And the last one to cover, the Tandy Assembly. Dates in a new venue have been announced on Facebook. So it's going to be October 2nd to October the 4th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel at the Cincinnati Airport. This is the one we were referring to earlier, where it's actually in Kentucky, technically. But they basically have outgrown the previous venue, and that's been happening for the last couple of years, where they were really cramped for space. So this is a bigger venue, and it's also much easier to get to, because in Springfield was before, there's no major airport. So if you're flying in from somewhere, you would have to take a cab or rent a car to drive from Cincinnati to Springfield. And then now it's just going to be in Cincinnati by the airport. So it's much easier to get to, kind of the same situation with the Dallas-Fort Worth one. So if you're flying, you won't have to rent a car, really. You can just take a quick little taxi or even a shuttle ride over to it.
Take the AirTrans to the hotel.
Yeah. And that's what I have for now. If anybody has any other shows that I've missed that might have some Coco representation at them, please email me at curtisboyle@sastel.net, and I'll add them to the list. And that's the news for this week.
Awesome.
Okay.
A 4-hour show.
I think we're outdone.
And you still have a really bright light outside.
Yeah, which is strange because it's, well, yeah, the sun's right there.
Yeah, it's a bright day in Silicon Valley, 3 p.m.
A bit cooler today. All right.
It's been drab for the week, and now it's like blue sky, so I will get to go outside.
All right.
Woo, the big blue room.
Well, all right. To get you outside, we're going to have to do this.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
Okay, so we have an addendum.
Yeah, the addendum is, I mentioned earlier that the Bonobo did not work in my 16K Coco 2. Well, I just tried it in the Coco 3, and it does work. So maybe the last update I didn't test on the Coco 2. So
I thought you were going to say you got smoke.
At least there's hope. So, thank you.
All right. Any update on events?
I'm having an event. I'm going to have my knee replaced on Wednesday.
That's an event.
If any of you guys pray for somebody like me, do it. I could use.
Well, and keep in mind, as long as you only do one knee, you still have a needle lean down on.
Yeah, the other knee's fine. Just this one.
You can't lean on a replaced knee. My buddy.
Yeah, this one's
knows that.
So we'll see how it goes.
So he doesn't crawl under the kitchen sink anymore since he had both knees done. So
no, jeez,
there's no way to do that. You don't crawl.
Okay.
No kneecaps.
Got a question. Sorry, I just registered with a table. Where does one get the T-shirt? It's on the website, right?
Spread.
It was linked earlier in today's show, so if you go look in the chat, you'll find it.
Okay.
Look in the Zoom chat. You'll find it also.
It's a little obtuse. It's not easy to read. Yeah.
I will mention somebody's asking about VCF Midwest, like the biggest VCF. And, that is true. I did not have that on there. It's September 12th to the 13th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, which is just west of Chicago proper, and also the home of the original Rainbow Fest. The very first one was held there as well.
Well,
not too many details on it yet because it's fairly far in the future, but the dates have been announced.
Nice. That's the whole little complex. You drive in and you're in your own little block in the middle of Chicago. Little thing around the top, and there's like 4 hotels in the immediate area, and it's nice place.
Okay. Well, until next week, this'll do it for today.
Good night, everybody.